Also come to order. Members will be at their seats. The clerk has opened the roll. You may record your presence. Please rise and give your attention to the House chaplain, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance led by Representative Tarwater.
Well, good morning, friends. Let us pray. Father, the weather's cold outside, but our spirits are warmed by the knowledge of your presence in our lives. Thank you for never walking away from us, even though at times we're undeserving of your grace and mercy. We could have differing opinions about some things today. Our background, experience, and values testifies to the rightness of the decisions we make. There are times when we just don't understand why everyone does not see things as we do. Remind us, if you would, O Lord, that not everyone has had the same experience or life journey as we have. Your word teaches when a man's ways are pleasing to the Lord, he makes even his enemies to be at peace with him. So today, we pray for peace with those we might disagree with. Allow patience to prevail in all which occurs in this chamber over the next few hours. Your word also says the wise in heart will be called discerning, and sweetness of speech increases persuasiveness. Allow our speech to be ordered and commended by you. Give us, I pray, discerning sweetness of speech, that those whom we address might hear truth based on the reality of what is best for the people of Kansas. And this morning I pray for our Speaker of the House, Dan Hawkins, our Majority Leader, Chris Croft, and our Minority Leader, Brandon Woodard, as they give direction to the business of the day. Thank you for their commitment to the decorum of all that transpires in this chamber. I pray this in Jesus' name. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic which stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
People will not be in the main aisle. Have all members had the opportunity to record their presence? The clerk will close the roll and record the attendance. House Bill 2022 appears on the consent calendar for the second day. Is there objection? Seeing no objection, it will remain on the consent calendar for the third day. Final action on bills and concurrent resolutions. The clerk will read.
HB 2031 by Committee on Transportation, an act concerning driver's training relating to driving instructors, providing that driving school instructors and motorcycle instructors may possess a driver's license or motorcycle driver's license from any state.
We are in final action. Members will move to their seats. This constitutes final action on House Bill 2031. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Members will be in their seats. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change? Seeing 10 hands, call is in order. Doorman will secure the doors. Clerk will read the roll.
Alcala, Helgerson, James, O'Hobson, Rivas, L. Ruiz, S. Ruiz, Simmons, Stogsdale, Wilborn.
Representative James votes aye. Representative Rivas votes aye. Representative O'Hobson votes aye. Representative Susan Ruiz votes aye. Not seeing 10 hands, call is raised. Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none. With 117 having voted in favor and 2 against the passage of House Bill 2031, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Clerk will read.
HB 2110, by Committee on Energy, Utilities, and Telecommunications, an act concerning emergency communication services relating to the Kansas 911 Act, eliminating the requirement that the state 911 board shall contract with a local collection point administrator for services, rescheduling the date on which the State 911 Operations Fund, State 911 Grant Fund, and State 911 Fund shall be established in the state treasury, rescheduling the date on which all monies collected pursuant to the Kansas 911 Act are to be transferred to the state treasury, requiring certain transfers to be made to the State 911 Operations Fund, authorizing the State 911 Board to transfer annually any unencumbered monies for the State 911 Operations Fund to the State 911 Grant Fund.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2110. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, with 119 having voted in favor and 0 against the passage of House Bill 2110, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The clerk will read.
HB 2117 by Committee on Commerce, Labor, and Economic Development, an act concerning business entities, requiring a business trust to file a certificate of dissolution or withdrawal with the Secretary of State and pay associated fees when surrendering authority to transact business in Kansas, requiring a foreign corporation to use a form prescribed by the Secretary of State when filing merger or consolidation information or amendments to such corporations' articles of incorporation, authorizing professional corporations or limited liability companies formed or organized to render professional service to participate in transactions under the Business Entity Transactions Act, making certain information provided by registered agents a public record, modifying filing requirements and associated fees for limited partnerships.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2117. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, with 118 having voted in favor and 1 against the passage of House Bill 2117, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The clerk will read.
HB 2124 by Representative Hoffman, an act concerning roads and highways, designating a portion of United States Highway 160 as the CPL Monte Wayne Forest Memorial Highway, a portion of United States Highway 77 as the POW MIA Memorial Highway and bridge number 82-14-6.88026 in Clay County as the POW MIA Memorial Bridge.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2124. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. As every member had the opportunity to record their vote, the clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, with 119 having voted in favor and 0 against the passage of House Bill 2124, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The clerk will read.
Substitute HB 2145 by Committee on Local Government, an act concerning fairs relating to certain county fair boards, establishing the membership for the Butler County Fair Board, providing for the appointment of members thereto, allowing up to 5 members of such board to be appointed from the county at large.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2145. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. As every member had the opportunity to record their vote, the clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Chuck Smith votes aye. Any further changes? Representative Sawyer Clayton votes aye. Seeing no further changes. With 118 having voted in favor and 1 against the passage of House Bill 2145, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The clerk will read.
HB 2169 by Committee on Transportation, an act concerning motor vehicles relating to license plates, modifying the documentation requirements for military veteran license plates to align with updated military veteran documentation standards, eliminating the requirement for applicants to submit military license plate applications 60 days prior to vehicle registration renewals.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2169. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. As every member had the opportunity to record their vote, the clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, with 118 having voted in favor and 1 against the passage of House Bill 2169, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The clerk will read.
HB 2170 by Committee on Health and Human Services, an act concerning days of commemoration, designating the first week of February as Kansas Burn Awareness Week.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2170. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. As every member had the opportunity to record their vote, the clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? For an explanation, the speaker recognizes Representative Featherston.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was going to vote no on House Bill 2170 in protest of the unconscionable rejection of Ruby Bridges' walks to school today in the House Education Committee yesterday. However, to maintain my consistent voting record, I am voting yes. I look forward to seeing all 11 committee members who said we already had too many days honoring people and entities voting against this and every other highway, bridge, day, week, and license plate that comes across this floor the remainder of their time in this chamber.
Any further explanation of votes? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? The speaker votes aye. Members will be in their seats. Representative Poskin votes no. Representative Poskin has an explanation of vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When will this end? Everyone's going to want one. These words were uttered yesterday when 11 Republicans tanked the Ruby Bridges commemorative bill. Yet today, they all voted for this. Ruby Bridges, who's embodied as the national icon for desegregation in Norman Rockwell's The Problem We All Live With, the fruit of Kansas's Brown v. Board, living history and example for our children at whose invitation she came to Kansas in the 70th anniversary year, enthralling and inspiring audiences across the state. I won't be silent, and I vote no on House Bill 2170, a worthy bill in protest of Ruby Bridges' treatment in this building yesterday. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any further explanation of votes? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Neighbor votes no. Representative Wickel votes no. Sorry. Representative Meyer votes no. Representative Susan Ruiz votes no. Representative Vaughn votes no. Representative Shu votes no. Representative Osmond votes no. Representative Carlin votes no. Representative Mosley votes no. Representative Carmichael votes no. Representative Brownlee Page votes no. Representative Owsley votes no. Representative Wynn votes no. Representative O'Hobson votes no. Representative Ballard votes no. Representative Hoy votes no. Representative Sawyer Clayton votes no. Representative Martinez votes no. Representative Amix votes no. Representative Schlingensiepen votes no. Representative Haskins votes no. Representative McDonald votes no. Representative Featherston votes no. Representative Weigel votes no. Representative Riley votes yes. Representative Roth votes yes. Any further changes? Seeing none, with 91 having voted in favor and 28 against the passage of House Bill 2170, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill hereby is declared passed. Clerk will record the vote. The clerk will read.
HB 2185 by Committee on Education, an act concerning education relating to the National Guard, permitting Guard members to transfer unused tuition assistance benefits from the Kansas National Guard Educational Assistance Act to an eligible dependent, including doctoral and professional degrees in the Kansas National Guard, Educational Masters for Enhanced Readiness and Global Excellence Emerge program.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2185. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. As every member had the opportunity to record their vote, the clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing 10 hands, call is in order. Doorman will secure the doors. Clerk will read the roll.
Alcala, Alcala, Haskins, Helgerson, L. Ruiz, Simmons, Stogsdale, Wilborn, Wolf.
The speaker recognizes Representative Haskins. I'm assuming this is for a potential conflict of interest explanation? Yeah. All right, you got 5 minutes. Representative, go ahead.
I have 5 minutes, so get your emails up, time to type. I'm a big believer of recognizing conflicts of interest, and I was involved in helping the original development of this bill, but I am a professor and chair of the graduate program at Baker University, and so I would ask that I could vote neutral on this, for there is obviously a direct opportunity for myself and my school, so I appreciate your support.
Representative Haskins has asked for the body's permission to vote present on House Bill 2185. All of those in favor of allowing him to do so, vote aye. All opposed, no. It appears the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Permission granted. Members will be in their seats. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Wolf votes aye. Representative Carmichael votes aye. Are there any further changes? Seeing none, with 112 having voted in favor and 6 against the passage of House Bill 2185, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Do I have a motion to raise the call of the House? Not seeing 10 hands, calls raised. Clerk will read.
HB 2215 by Committee on Corrections and Juvenile Justice, an act concerning the Department of Corrections relating to public-private partnership construction projects, modifying the definition of public-private partnerships to increase the allowable cost share limit for expenditures by the Department of Corrections on such construction projects.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2215. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, with 119 having voted in favor and 0 against the passage of House Bill 2215, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The Speaker recognizes Majority Leader Croft for a motion to resolve into the Committee of the Whole.
Mr. Speaker, I move the House resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for the purpose of considering those items under the heading of General Orders.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion carries. The Speaker appoints Representative Sutton to chair the Committee of the Whole.
All right, body. Good morning. We've got a long way to go and relatively short time to get there, so let's get to work. The first item of business is HB 2116. For the purpose of carrying HB 2116, the chair recognizes Representative Blex.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Excuse my raspy voice. This bill come out of local government committee, and I introduced it on behalf of the City of Independence. And basically what this bill will do, there's a lot of small cities and smaller counties have part-time city and county attorneys. And so and a lot of the city attorneys struggle with dealing with vendor contracts on which may have oppressive language in them. And the state of Kansas has a mandatory contract writer, DA 146A, and currently schools use that. It's from the Department of Administration, and community college is just automatically attached to that, and it knocks out a lot of clauses in contracts with vendors that may be oppressive, or the county or city may not have the resources to recover from the vendors. And the proponents were, of course, in the City of Independence. Kansas Association of Counties offered a written proponent. There were no opponents. And neutral was the League of Kansas Municipalities. And last year we introduced a similar bill, House Bill 2537, that League was opposed to, because most Class 1 cities have their own attorneys, and Class 2 and 3 usually do not. So we got with League of Kansas Municipalities and their folks and come up with a compromise and put a stipulation on it that if the population of the county is less than 35,000, they don't have to worry about it, and it would be only for Class 2 and Class 3 cities. There is a provision within the contract by a majority vote of any of the city or county commissioners that they can opt out of it, but otherwise it's a mandatory. With that, I'll stand for questions.
All right, does any member desire to speak to the bill? The chair recognizes Representative Featherston.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the carrier of the bill for the excellent explanation. This bill is a good example of compromise and making things fit both our smaller towns and cities and our larger cities, so neither impedes on others, but we can help each other out. I will be supporting the bill.
Right, is there any further discussion? Seeing none, Representative Blex, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to move House Bill 2116 out favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion by Representative Blex to report HB 2116 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, say nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion passes. Next item of business is HB 2155. For the purpose of carrying HB 2155, the chair recognizes Representative Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There were no committee amendments.
Proceed.
I rise before the body to present House Bill 2155. House Bill 2155 simply updates KSA 19811 to match KSA 19805, which says that the sheriff's bond is only liable for official acts. What was clarified in proponent testimony by the Kansas Sheriff's Association was that the county can still be sued for unofficial acts, but this is just aligning it with other statute as well as case law. There were no committee amendments, as I stated. There was no opponent testimony, no neutral testimony, and no physical note. With that, I stand for any questions.
Very good. Chair recognizes Representative Blex. Nope, I'm sorry, Getz. Representative Getz.
The carrier of the bill, please stand for a couple questions.
I will.
Where did you go to high school?
Prairie View High School in Lacine, Kansas.
All right, and then is that your current location or did you move there?
I grew up in Lacine. I live in Osage City.
All right, and we have you have an esteemed past representative that you replaced. Would you care to comment on your relationship with him?
I did. The Honorable Eric Smith, when I used to work for the Coffee County Sheriff's Office, we worked together on the road.
And how long have you worked for the sheriffs?
Well, I worked there for a few years, 3.5 years ago, but currently work law enforcement in Shawnee County.
And do you have any special gifts or talents that you would like to share with the House body?
None that I can think of. I can just talk a lot. That's about it.
What about a shout out to a special person that you would like to say hi to?
Well, I'm very honored that Eric Smith is a mentor and someone that I look to for advice, and understandably those are big shoes to fill. So that's who I would call out.
Awesome. Thank you, and I just want to welcome you to the House of Representatives. Appreciate you being here. I think you're going to be a great addition to our body.
All right, does any member desire to actually speak to the bill? The chair recognizes Representative Osmond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The carrier of the bill did an excellent job describing the bill itself. One additional thing that we didn't actually touch on so much in our caucus today or in agenda today is that the underlying language of the bill needs to be amended just because it's been so long since we've amended it that it has references to he and him as sheriff rather than gender neutral because anyone can be a sheriff. So great bill, happy to support it, urge your support. Thank you so much.
Right. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, Representative Barrett, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And yeah, just to add to that, it's been since 1868 since this bill has been updated. So it's been a while. Mr. Chair, I move that when the body rises to report, that they report House Bill 2155 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion by Representative Barrett to report HB 2155 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion passes. Chair recognizes Representative Croft.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Pursuant to House Rule 1903, I move that House Bill 2158, appearing under that order of business, general orders, be passed over and retain a place on the calendar.
You've heard the motion by Majority Leader Croft. All those in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. Very good. The ayes have it. 2158 is passed over for now. The next item of business is HB 2280. And for the purposes of carrying HB 2280, the chair recognizes Representative Droege.
Good morning, body. Good morning, Mr. Chair. I move that the adoption of the committee report HB 2280.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. Very good. Please continue.
House Bill 2280 is clarifying the authorized activity of paramedics, advanced emergency medical technicians, and emergency medical responders, which may be authorized upon the order of a healthcare professional, permitting certain ambulance services to offer service for less than 24 hours a day, every day of the year, and requiring entities using automated external defibrillators to register with the Emergency Medical Services Board. That's a mouthful that's kind of misleading, but this bill is to modernize and update emergency medical services. And there's lots of definitions in here to allow and describe who gets to do what and who can be told to do what by professionals in the business. So like I said, there's a lot of definitions. The other thing that it covers is some non-emergency ambulance transportation services, especially located in rural areas, don't have the resources to provide 24-hour daily services. So this House Bill 2280 would permit non-emergency ambulance services to operate for less than 24 hours a day. And the third part of this bill is automated external defibrillators. This we had talked about defibrillators last year, and if you're going to have a defibrillator in a school or another public building, somebody needs to know where it is, and this bill would allow the 911 operators to know where the defibrillator is. So when someone calls 911, they can be directed to locate the defibrillator, and saving seconds saves lives. With that, I'll stand for questions.
All right, does any member desire to speak to the bill? The chair recognizes Representative Susan Ruiz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The carrier of the bill did a good job of explanation, and I urge everyone's vote on HB 2280. Thank you.
All right, the chair recognizes Representative Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do rise in support of HB 2280 My eyes are bad this morning. Is that 2280 out there? But I do have a question about the registration requirements on the AEDs, if you could try to help me. As I understand it now, there's a paper registration system of some kind that has a relatively low percentage of AEDs actually located in the system. Was that discussed in your committee, or are you aware of that circumstance?
I was aware that they weren't completely registered, and I
Yeah.
think this was to promote more complete registration, and especially to get it electronic so that they can be found immediately.
Now, that's all consistent with what I understand as well. Here's my real question, though. At present, are all owners of AEDs required to register? And does this bill change that, or is it just public schools and public entities? I'm kind of stumbling here because if I want to go out and buy an AED, because I think my wife's at risk or I'm at risk or for whatever reason, would I have to register it with the government?
I can't answer that completely. My understanding is that you don't have to, but that's the idea that everybody needs to. And you aren't liable if you don't, or if you do, either one. I mean,
Okay, so does this legislation require school districts, for example, or municipalities to register all of their AEDs?
sir, I can't answer that question,
Okay.
but I'll find it for you.
Okay, and I'm not trying to be difficult. I'm just trying to figure this out because I think AEDs are a great idea. And I think having dispatchers, et cetera, know where they're at is an even better idea. I just don't think the government ought to tell me to register my AED or my gun for that matter, so.
I agree with that. It's just that if we have the availability of the 911 operator to know where the machine is, that we can save some lives.
Yeah, I'm on the 911 council and soon to be the 911 board. And we are in the process of adopting additional software to truly automate that process. And so therefore it's important to know where the devices are located. My concern is I just don't want Big Brother telling me that I have to register anything I own that I can think of, other than maybe my dog and my car. Thank you.
I could agree on that.
All right, the chair recognizes Representative Estes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Last year, we heard a bill about requiring AEDs in school buildings and school districts and schools to have a plan. And the testimony that we heard really stressed that the times that student athletes or other students had heart attacks, having somebody know where that AED was and being able to get to it is what made the difference between the times that it saved a life and the one time that it didn't save a life. And I think this bill is very important. I don't like big government. I don't like a lot of registration, but when we are trying to save a life, I think this is very important knowledge to have. Thank you.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, Representative Droege, you may close.
Mr. Chairman, I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports House Bill 2280 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion by Representative Droege to report HB 2280 favorably. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. Next item up for business is HB 2016. For the purpose of carrying 2016, the chair recognizes Representative Bergkamp.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There were no committee amendments.
Please continue.
(2016) comes to us out of the Elections Committee. Really, all we're doing is modernizing the statute to allow county election officers to remove somebody from the voter roll if they appear in an online obituary from a funeral home located within that county. And really, that's the gist of it. With that, I'll stand for questions.
Does any member desire to speak to the bill? The chair recognizes Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The carrier of the bill did a fine job summarizing the purpose of the bill. Just to add, my support on House District, from House District 53 is present. I believe that the Secretary of State and the county election employees take pride in making sure that the system, our election system, is fair and accurate, and this just adds the opportunity for them to receive another flag so they can investigate if the person should be removed. So I encourage your support.
Is there further discussion? The chair recognizes Representative Carr.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the carrier of the bill please stand for a question?
Yes.
And my apologies for not going through the bill with a fine tooth comb. We were a little short on time with this large number of bills. Am I to understand that this is exclusive to just those funeral homes within the county that the death took place, or that the person lives?
It reads, an obituary notice published online by a funeral home located in the county reports the death of such registered voter. So it'd be that where they had lived previously.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Right, is there further discussion? Seeing none, Representative Bergkamp, you may close.
Mr. Chair, I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports HB 2016 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion by Representative Bergkamp to report HB 2016 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion passes. Next item for business is HB 2118. For the purpose of carrying HB 2118, the chair recognizes Representative Wilcott.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There were no committee amendments.
Please proceed.
I rise before the body to present HB 2118. This bill is intended to protect consumers from misleading solicitations that charge fees for filing and retrieving documents from federal, state, and local governments. It also requires solicitations to include notices that they are not from government agencies and prohibits solicitations from resembling government documents. The bill is being introduced on the request of the Secretary of State to mitigate scams targeting small businesses. It has no other proponents, no neutral parties, and no opponents. And with that, I will stand for questions.
All right, does any member desire to speak to the bill? The chair recognizes Representative Bueller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would the carrier of the bill stand for a few questions?
I will.
So is this your first bill?
It is.
And I noticed you did a great job. This is a deadly serious bill, but I do have a few questions, if that's all right.
Go ahead.
And I think you'll find that they relate directly to the bill. First off, can you define hazing for me?
Well, I'm no Webster dictionary, but it would be a harassment of some type to somebody who is unexpected.
I think it's mental or physical abuse inflicted for no apparent purpose, reason, or practicality, usually followed by sir, but that's the way it works. So that was the first one. So the second question, as I was digging through this bill, is do you know what the speaker's favorite color is?
I have no clue.
So I think you're batting 0 for 2 right now. My next question is, in what year was Grover Cleveland elected president?
I'll strike out again.
0 for 3. My next question is, and being a Kansas boy, you should know this one. How far can a jackrabbit jump?
Can't answer you that one.
I must have done a poor job mentoring this young man. I got a couple more. What is the maximum thrust of a C-130J Hercules?
Ooh, I can probably phone a friend on that one. I do not know.
I'm crushed. Well, final question. Can you tell me what these questions have to do with House Bill 2118?
My guess would be absolutely nothing.
You're absolutely correct. Welcome to the House of Representatives.
Thank you.
All right, to speak to the bill, the chair recognizes Representative Sawyer Clayton.
Thank you. This is a good bill, and I urge your support. Thank you.
There's no further discussion. Representative Wilcott, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that when the body rises to report HB 2118 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion by Representative Wilcott to report HB 2118 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion passes. Body, if you're not going to be speaking to the bill, if you could turn your lights, your button off, that'd be fantastic. I'm trying to guess who's up next over here. Next item of business is HB 2182. For the purpose of carrying HB 2182, the chair recognizes Representative Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There were amendments. I move the adoption of the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes and the committee report is adopted.
I rise before the body to present House Bill 2182. House Bill 2182 aims to eliminate fees charged by sheriffs for serving process related to proceedings under the Protection from Abuse Act and the Protection from Stalking, Sexual Assault, and Human Trafficking Act. This clarification is necessary to ensure that victims are not deterred from using the protection order tool for their safety and to protect Kansas from scrutiny by the federal government. The proponents of the bill were the Kansas Coalition Against Sexual and Domestic Violence and the Kansas Sheriff's Association. There were no opponents to the bill and no neutral testimony. With that, I will stand for questions.
Does any member desire to speak to the bill? The chair recognizes Representative Osmond.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. For the second day in a row, the carrier of the bill has done an excellent job summarizing the bill. I urge your support on this. Thank you.
Right. Is there further discussion? Seeing none, Representative Ward, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that when the body rises to report, they report House Bill 2182 favorably for passage as amended.
You've heard the motion by Representative Ward to report HB 2182 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion passes. Moving right along. Next item is HB 2062. For the purposes of carrying HB 2062, the chair recognizes Representative Humphreys.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. HB 2062 comes to you from the House Judiciary Committee. It adds unborn children to the scope of child support laws, ensuring that parents may be required to contribute to medical and pregnancy-related costs from conception. And it updates the legal framework for child support to consider these new provisions while maintaining focus on the support that the child reaches adulthood. So it helps women because women do have direct medical and other pregnancy-related expenses. With that, Mr. Chair, I'll stand for questions. There were no amendments.
Very good. That was my first question.
No amendments.
All right. Does any member desire to speak to the bill? The chair recognizes Representative Osmond.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The carrier of the bill did an excellent job summarizing the bill. There were no amendments in committee. There was an attempt for an amendment, and I'd like to offer one right now.
Right. You can't see the amendment appears short. The clerk will read.
On page 1 in line 25 by striking all before the period, by striking all in lines 26 through 35, by striking all on page 2, on page 3 by striking all in lines 1 through 16, in line 17 by striking 23-2205 and 23-3001 are and inserting is, and by renumbering sections accordingly. On page 1 in the title in line 2 by striking all after the first 4, in line 3 by striking all before the semicolon and inserting consideration of the direct medical pregnancy-related expenses of the mother. Also in line 3 by striking 23-2205 and 23-3001, in line 4 by striking sections and inserting section.
Right. Representative Osment, would you like care to explain your amendment?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. The underlying bill, what the proponents were testifying about, actually seems relatively good, which is that there is confusion in the law, in inapplicability of judges to make child support payments for pregnancy-related expenses. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. And I think that that does need to be clarified. Both of the proponents of the bill said that this is one of the reasons that they were testifying, and I think that this is something that we should just clarify. So I'm taking out all the extraneous language to the bill and just focusing to make sure that judges know that pregnancy-related expenses are an applicable amount that can be reimbursed. So with that, I will stand for questions.
Does any member wish to speak to the amendment? The chair recognizes Representative Humphreys.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is an amendment that we did here in the committee. Basically, it guts almost all of the bill. It does keep some of the pregnancy-related expenses, but it takes the rest of it away, and it takes away the provisions, the explanation. It's basically gutting 2 pages of the bill, if you happen to have the bill in front of you. I would say it's unfriendly because it really takes away the heart of the bill, and so I would ask you to vote against the amendment.
All right, for further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of the amendment to, and I'm sorry, I wore my wrong glasses today, so whatever that number is, 2062. I fear that my chair in judiciary is in error. This doesn't gut the bill at all. We already have provisions in the law to pay so that dads get to pay their share of pregnancy-related expenses. But if you want to make sure, this bill makes sure that it's abundantly clear that they get to pay their share. And it's not gutting the bill at all. This strikes a few paragraphs down at the bottom of the bill that mix abortion politics with child support. This bill will be just as effective in providing support for women during their pregnancies without the abortion language. So if your motivation is really to provide child support for infants and pregnant women, why would you want to mix it up in abortion politics? I'd suggest to you the reason it's mixed up in abortion politics is this is a stealth bill. This is an attempt to sneak something through in contravention of the right of bodily autonomy, which the citizens of this state overwhelmingly approved of 2 years ago. So I stand in favor of this amendment. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, Representative Bloom. Or, I'm sorry, Representative Lewis, by all means.
A question for the representative from Wichita, or the carrier of the bills, excuse me, of the amendment.
Yes.
So your amendment, would it alter the rule with respect to paying for abortions, elective abortions?
It would take that language out of the bill itself. However, when we're talking about child support payments, we're talking about a wanted baby.
Right. May I speak to this? Yes, so I don't think that the amendment is innocent or benign in that sense, because the original bill said that child support payments couldn't be used to pay for elective abortions. So I do think that the amendment is a significant change to the bill, and I would urge you to vote no.
Right. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, Representative Osmond, you may close.
Thank you very much. I close and move my amendment.
You've heard the motion by Representative Osmond to amend. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The nays appear to have it. Division has been called. Clerk will open the roll and you may vote. Has every member had the opportunity to vote? Clerk will close the roll and take the tally. "31 having voted yea and 82 nay, the amendment fails. Representative Osmond, you still have the floor.
Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry that my amendment failed. Unfortunately, I'm not to be able to support the underlying bill as it's currently drafted. Might be other people that are going to speak on more specifics of the bill. One of the things that I thought of when we were actually debating this bill in committee was the question of guardian ad litem. Who, under Kansas law, those that are dealing with child support payments, those are dealing with custody-related issues, can get assigned a guardian ad litem for the purposes of for their child. Now, if this bill goes through and you have unborn children at the same time conflated with the question of child, they merge them together, they become one and the same, it is very possible that the already strapped GAL system would assign a GAL to a fetus, an unborn child. And now you have a question of whose rights prevail, the mother or the fetus, in the question of anything related to healthcare decisions, anything related to child support payments, anything related to custody disputes, anything related to that. That is a significant overstep of the law, and one that will complicate matters immeasurably. There are a number of reasons that I would consider not supporting this bill, but that's just one of them. So thank you very much.
Right. To speak to the bill, the chair recognizes Representative Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment.
All right. The amendment appears short. The clerk will read.
On page 1 in line 25 by striking all before the period, in line 32 by striking unborn and inserting mothers. Also on page 1 in the title, in line 3 after conception by inserting and including the direct medical and pregnancy-related expenses of the mother.
Yes,
Representative Lewis, would you care to explain your amendment?
Yes, I would. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this amendment is indeed a rather modest amendment. It's really designed to clarify some of the portions of the bill. For instance, on line 24, page 1, going into 25, currently the bill reads the direct medical and pregnancy-related expenses of the mother if the child is an unborn child. And the amendment would strike if the child is an unborn child. simply put, that if clause seems to condition the payment for medical and pregnancy-related expenses on the child being unborn, and that's a condition that's not intended. What's intended is that from conception forward, the direct medical and pregnancy-related expenses are paid, so that clarifies the bill in that respect. And the second portion of it's on section 32. It's also just indicating that the payments would be calculated from the date of conception. And currently the bill says date of conception of such unborn child, and we're taking unborn out and replacing it with mother. So it would now read, the payments would be calculated from the date of conception of the mother's child. So that's the explanation, and I would move my amendment.
Does any member wish to speak to the amendment? Let's not move it just yet. Representative Humphreys.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a friendly amendment. It does help to clarify some questions people had of if the child was unborn or born, it doesn't matter. The payments still go back to conception. And so it just is, it's just a clarification to make it really clear so the courts can have a more clear direction on how to put this in practice. So I would ask you to vote yes on this amendment.
All right, to speak to the amendment, the chair recognizes Representative Osmond.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Would the carrier of the amendment please stand for questions?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. So as I read it, it just takes out unborn in two sections and inserts mother in one of those places. Is that correct?
And then it adds this clause, and including the direct medical related expenses of the mother in the initial explanation of the bill.
All right. Thank you very much. Now, is there, if the term unborn is being taken out of there, you're still keeping the definition of unborn, though, in the baseline bill?
Yes.
Okay, so what would be the reason for that?
Well, unborn is used still in, on page 1, line 27, for instance. Page 1.
Okay.
Line 27. Right here. So that's why we're leaving the definition.
Got it. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Body, while I still have concerns about the underlying bill, the amendment, I don't see an objection to the clarifying language of the amendment. Thank you.
All right, if there's no further discussion, Representative Lewis, you may close.
I move my amendment.
You've heard the motion by Representative Lewis to amend. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion passes. Back on the bill, the chair recognizes Representative Vaughn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, body. I just want to clarify a few things that were spoken about in regards to this bill. So as the other representative from Johns County mentioned, what this bill fundamentally does is already covered in law. So in court orders for child support, the judge must already consider to order payments for all or portion of necessary medical expenses incident to the child's birth. So this is already happening. All this bill is going to do is add confusion to the existing process, especially around determining parentage. In the fiscal note, it notes that this bill may create additional administrative burdens on parties if it is later determined an obliger is not a legal parent, and would create additional administrative burdens on DCF to modify orders created prior to a child being born as well as potentially modifying an order if a child is later found to be the child of another party. This bill also infringes on our ability to receive federal funds for child support orders because the federal definition for child support, the calculation for that only uses parentage establishment prior, or they do not provide or allow for parentage establishment prior to the birth of the child. So this bill doesn't do anything that isn't already done in our existing laws. I actually disagree with the representative from Johns County in that I don't think there's confusion in the law. I reached out to a family law attorney from the Judicial Council who said that there is consistent application of this law. Women are eligible for pregnancy-related expenses to have their medical appointments paid for. I also think there's a misconception with this bill that women will be eligible for lump sum payments. These payments are going to be administered as child support orders, and that's not going to change with this bill either. So I think all this bill really does is further codify the definition of fetal personhood into our laws. This would be the first use of fetal personhood in our civil code outside of wrongful death claims. To me, that goes against the wishes of Kansans, as was previously mentioned, who voted to not allow the government to further restrict access to abortion or to further codify abortion limitations in our state statutes. So I think this goes against the will of Kansans. It doesn't do anything that isn't already done in our state statutes. It just muddies the water around child support and what women are already entitled to under our existing laws. So with that, I would vote the body to vote against House Bill 2062. Thank you.
All right, is there further discussion? Seeing none, Representative Humphreys, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. I want to address a few things. First, there was a question about guardian ad litems. Guardian ad litems are in child custody cases, not in child support cases, so that's one thing. Another thing is, this could be a possibility in child support cases, but it is unclear, and courts have not uniformly given mothers pregnancy-related expenses. Some have and some haven't, but it hasn't been uniform. And this just, it makes the current guidelines, it would make the guidelines very clear about what the courts could consider when determining child support payments. The other thing I just want to mention is preborn children are already recognized in the Kansas statutes, in our criminal code and also in our civil code. And this is not something new as far as that goes. This is good to help women be able to choose life when they might have an option, when they might feel like they don't have an option. This might be something that would be helpful to them. As far as the one other thing that was mentioned, determining parenthood, that is really not a hard issue. After birth, it's a paternity test that you can buy at Walmart. You can buy at Walgreens if you want it to be admissible in court. You can do it at a testing center. So that piece too is also not hard. So with all of that, Mr. Leader, when the committee rises and reports, I move that the committee report House Bill 2062 favorably for passage as amended.
You've heard the motion by Representative Humphreys to report HB 2062 favorably as amended. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion passes. Next item for business is HB 2075. And for the purpose of carrying HB 2075, the chair recognizes Representative Roser. Bear with us a little bit there, body. We're having some technical challenges, I think. All right, changing channels just a little bit. Our next item of business is not 2075, but it is indeed HB 2039. And for the purposes of carrying HB 2039, the chair recognizes Representative Bueller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There were no amendments. I rise before the body to present House Bill 2039. House Bill 2039 would amend statutes relating to home health agencies to clarify the definition of home health agency for the purposes of credentialing. This bill would exempt from the definition entities that are not reimbursed by Medicare Part A and only provide services of persons licensed or certified under the Physical Therapy Practice Act and Occupational Therapy Practice Act, and persons licensed as speech-language pathologists. So what this bill does, it will increase the availability of in-home therapy services for older adults available in the state of Kansas, and these therapies include what I previously mentioned: physical therapy, occupational therapy, and speech-language pathologists. It also allows for organizations to fill the gaps for patients who are not homebound and they need outpatient therapy services but have difficulty going to a traditional brick-and-mortar outpatient clinic. And so you can think of either in-home or at an assisted living center. The bill also will help reduce overall costs in the state by reducing the need for some of these services to be performed in skilled nursing facilities or emergency departments. Finally, there were no opponents to the proposed changes. There were no opponents or proposed changes in our Health and Human Services Committee. There is no fiscal note associated with these changes, and we voted overwhelmingly or unanimously in support of HB 2039. And with that, I will stand for questions.
Right. Does any member desire to speak to the bill? The chair recognizes Representative Susan Ruiz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The carrier of the bill did a fantastic job of explaining the bill, and I urge everyone, it's a very good bill. I urge everyone to pass HB 2039. Thank you.
All right, is there further discussion? Seeing none, Representative Bueller, you may close.
Mr. Speaker, I move that when the body rises to report, they report House Bill 2039 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion by Representative Bueller to report HB 2039 favorably. All those in favor, say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion passes. Next item of business is HB, now it's 2075. For the purposes of carrying HB 2075, the chair recognizes Representative Roser.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There were amendments, and I move the adoption of the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. Committee report is adopted. Please continue.
Good morning, body. HB 2075 changes the period of time that a child in custody of the Secretary of DCF shall have a permanency hearing. As introduced, the HB 2075 amends KSA 38-2264, which changes the period of time a child in custody of the Secretary shall have a permanency hearing from 12 months to 9 months. This bill was requested by the Secretary for Children and Families for the Committee on Child Welfare and Foster Care's sponsorship. KSA 38-2264 requires that permanency hearing for a child who has been removed from the home to be held within 12 months of the date that the child was authorized by the court to be removed. The state further requires subsequent permanency hearings to be held within every 12 months that the child remains in custody of the Secretary. HB 2075 would amend these requirements that all permanency hearings be held within 9 months of the court, and then the subsequent hearings be every 6 months of that date, authorizing the removal of the child. Moving the timelines from 12 to 9 months will help the state more quickly educate youths, ensuring a more rapid reintegration to families and/or adoption. As a former foster kid myself, I want to thank the committee chair for her efficacy on this matter and for the stakeholders who testified and offered their expertise on this bill. This is a prime example of how the legislative process can properly vet bills that will pave the way for surrounding states to look to Kansas when we provide real-world solutions to sensitive issues, especially when it pertains to the children of our great state and of America. Thank you, body, for considering a bill that will help us achieve timely legal permanency for children in foster care, like myself, just under 18 years ago. With that, I will stand for questions.
All right, does any member desire to speak to the bill? The chair recognizes Representative Laura Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I thought the carrier of the bill did an excellent job, but I do have a few questions if the carrier of the bill could come up. Well, I just would like to know, where were you for Y2K?
I don't know what that is.
That's interesting. What year were you born?
A representative, I was born in 2001.
Oh, 2001. So you're telling me you were born the year that Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone came out?
If you say so.
Representative, I just would like to ask you one more question. Do you bleed red and blue or purple?
I believe in purple pride.
Well, I was hoping my Jayhawks would do a lot better, and there's no real jokes I can sit here and roast you about since our basketball season has kind of gone to waste, but it's not March yet. But I would like to welcome the youngest member here in the House of Representatives.
I'm pretty sure I have shoes that were born earlier than 2001. All right. For further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Owsley.
You and me both, Mr. Chair. I think the freshman legislator did a fine job of carrying the first bill, and I urge your support for House Bill 2075. Thank you.
There's no further discussion. Representative Roser, you may close.
Mr. Chair, I move that when the body rises to report, they report HB 2075 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion by Representative Roser to report HB 2075 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Next item of business is HB 2158. For the purpose of carrying HB 2158, the chair recognizes Representative Schmoy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There were committee amendments, and I move the adoption of the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The motion passes. Committee report is adopted. Let's continue.
Thank you. Body, this bill was brought to us by the Kansas Honey Producers Association and the Northeastern Beekeepers Association. It would allow beekeepers who meet certain requirements to sell packaged honey and honeycomb to be exempt from obtaining a food establishment or food processing plant license. And with that, I will stand for questions.
Does any member desire to speak to the bill? The chair recognizes Representative Sawyer Clayton.
Hello, colleagues. I have an amendment
The amendment appears short. The clerk will read.
As amended, HB 2158, as amended by House Committee on page 2 in line 12 by striking all after C, by striking all in lines 13 through 15, in line 16, by striking D on page 4, by striking all in lines 23 through 25, on page 1 in the title in line 4, by striking all after the semicolon, by striking all in lines 5 and 6.
Representative, would you care to explain your amendment?
I would care to. Thank you, Mr. Chair. All right, so colleagues, in committee, the original underlying bill, the intent was to remove regulations for small home beekeepers that made less than $50,000 a year on the sales of their product. I even have issues with that base bill in general, but there was a conceptual amendment that was made in committee to say it doesn't matter if you make less than $50,000 or $50 million. You don't have to be set, you don't have to adhere to the regulations that you would be set to, such as having a commercial kitchen. So I feel like if we are deregulating and if the intent is to help very small business owners, then we should go with the original intent of the bill, which is those that make $50,000 or less from their sales. That amendment was added in committee conceptually. We didn't have it to read. It was a little bit on the fly. So just taking it back to the original intent of the introduced bill, and I will stand for questions.
Right. Does any member wish to speak to the amendment? Chair recognizes Representative Schmoy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The entire reason for the section that's being asked to be stricken from this is to keep it fair across the board. So as far as I'm concerned, this would be an unfriendly amendment because we do want to keep this fair for everyone who is processing unaltered honey. So I would encourage the body to vote no on this. Thank you.
To speak to the amendment, the chair recognizes Representative Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Carrier, if you would please stand for a couple of questions. I actually heard from some of my neighborhood backyard beekeepers overnight, very concerned about this. And so does your amendment then help their ability? These are like backyard beekeepers. They don't generate a lot of honey, but oftentimes will sell small quantities to just kind of help their beekeeping to help continue producing honey. So will this help those people that are like the backyard beekeepers that just have small quantities of honey?
Yes, the intention of this amendment is to basically, strike that double standard where you have large honey producers that are, again, subject to this, regulation, or not subject to this regulation. So my amendment takes it back to where preference is given to those small honey producers, such as your backyard beekeepers.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Does any other member wish to speak to the amendment? Seeing none, Representative Sawyer-Clayton, you may close.
So colleagues, if you vote yes on this amendment, you are making a yes vote to help small businesses and backyard beekeepers by following the original intent of the bill, which is to give them that special preferential treatment that allows them to run their small businesses, to sell their honey and honeycomb locally. And so if you support small business, as I know you all do, you'll vote yes on this amendment. I close.
You've heard the motion by Representative Sawyer-Clayton to amend. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Those appear to have it. The noes do have it. Division has been called. Clerk will open the roll and you may vote. Has every member had an opportunity to vote? The clerk will close the roll and record the tally. 35 having voted yea, 73 nay, the motion fails. Back on the bill. Representative Clayton, you do still have the floor, however.
All right, so maybe we don't support small business. My bad. It was appropriate for me to make the attempt, but now we know. So let me talk a little bit more about some of the concerns that this bill brought up. One of the concerns that was brought up in the hearing was that sometimes when you are bottling honey, things go wrong. Sometimes moisture can get in there and you can accidentally end up producing mead. Now, that's legal in Kansas, but obviously not unintended. I do not want families purchasing honey that could have spoiled and turned into alcohol. This bill allows that. Sometimes, if you are bottling honey, it's not as clean of a process as you think. Sometimes you'll end up with pieces of bees in your honey. And I don't think that we want to add unnecessary crunchy bee part protein into our honey. That sounds disgusting. And I don't think that we want our constituents to be consuming that in an unregulated fashion. I also have concerns as someone that has an allergy to bee stings. What if something like that ends up in it? We don't want to be selling something that is potentially venomous. And while I'm sure all of you would love to see me go that way, I'm not ready to go that way, and I'm not going to vote for legislation that would allow constituents to consume products that could harm them. Thank you.
All right, to speak to the bill, the chair recognizes Representative Carr.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the carrier of the bill please stand for question?
Sure.
Just so that I'm clear on this, is this removing the basis for the required regulations when it comes to preserving and selling the honey?
It's removing the requirement for the kitchen, yes.
Okay, for any size manufacturer then?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Little known fact, Representative Carr's got a little country boy in him. I have a small farm. I've tried chickens. That didn't work very well. And I've also tried honey and bees. Side note, I think they've come back, but I lost those also. But that being said, I've dabbled in the honey, and I would, yeah, dabbled in the honey. Take that as you may. You know, I would have a serious issue knowing that there is no regulation, no, you know, it can be a very nasty, dirty process. I just, you know, I would hope that this isn't something that we would say is okay, especially for manufacturers of any size. You know, I can think about how I struggle to do it. You know, it's so dirty, I don't even do it in my kitchen. I try to do it in the garage. But yeah, I would not vote in support of this. This isn't a good bill, and I would encourage you, speaking from someone who's attempted this, I would encourage you to vote against this piece of legislation. Thank you.
To speak to the bill, the chair recognizes Representative Barth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and my body. I am in support of this bill wholeheartedly. This is a bill actually that helps small businesses and actually the people who do have beehives in their backyard. As coming from a family, my parents have raised honeybees and hives in their backyard. I've helped with the processing process. And rest assured, I would much rather have raw honey and have the ability for somebody who's also my constituent that this bill is helping with being able to do things that they need to do to process honey. And I've been to their house. I have bought honey from them directly. I would much rather buy that locally and to help out these small businesses. So I am wholeheartedly in support of it, and I ask for you to vote for this too. Thank you.
To speak to the bill, the chair recognizes Representative Susan Ruiz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can the carrier of the bill stand for a couple of questions, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. I'm trying to, my ears are a little stopped up, and I just trying to see if I heard things correctly. So this would require the beekeepers, doesn't matter the size, right? To not have a commercial kitchen as opposed to a regular kitchen?
Yes, because if they are not putting any additives in it, then it remains antibacterial, just like regular
its own.
raw, unpasteurized honey.
And how does the health department feel about this? Do they have an opinion?
Hey, body, let's show some respect to the people at the well. Thank you.
See, looks like the only opponent was someone in the industry who argued that the deregulation would potentially undermine their production, which is why we amended it for all kitchens and not just the small ones.
Okay, but the health department didn't have an opinion?
They didn't have an opinion.
Okay, that's interesting. I just kind of wonder if this opens it up for other things, other small businesses, and, being able to do pop-up foods that in other states you can do this. In Kansas, you're not allowed because health department says you have to have so many things and the regulations there. And I don't know, maybe this would open it up for other small businesses to be able to do that and not have to follow as many regulations. Thank you.
Right, is there further discussion? Seeing none, Representative Schmoy, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Body, bees really do make the world go round. And the fact that we get the opportunity right now to help out small businesses that are encouraging bees, I don't know why anyone would be against that. They are key in the biodiversity which we are trying to protect. Right now, this bill, all it really does is it makes it to where the exact same product produced by the exact same people in the exact same spot that you could already sell at a farmer's market can now be sold in a brick and mortar. I appreciate you voting yes on this bill. I appreciate the fact that you are willing and ready to support our Kansas beekeepers and small business. Mr. Chair, I move that when the committee rises and reports, it report HB 2158 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion by Representative Schmoy to report HB 2158 favorably. All those in favor, say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. Oh, division has been called. Clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had an opportunity to vote? Clerk will close the roll and record the vote. Take the tally, rather. 79 having voted yea, 32 nay. The motion passes. Next item of business hasn't quite popped up yet. Next order of business is HB 2083. For the purposes of carrying HB 2083, the chair recognizes Representative Francis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There were committee amendments. I move the adoption of the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor, say aye. Opposed, no. Very good. The motion passes. Committee report is adopted. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So HB 2083, as amended, would provide a property tax exemption to any energy storage system as defined by the bill that commences construction or installation on or after January 1st of 2025. The exemption would apply for a period of 10 years. But, and this is very key to why this bill is important, the bill would also specify that such property does not qualify for the exemption for commercial and industrial machinery and equipment. The exemption for commercial and industrial machinery and equipment is available for an indefinite period of time. So throughout the our energy policy at the state, energy generation, energy transmission gets a 10-year exemption. But in other areas of business, industrial and commercial equipment, we give 100% tax exemption. And as I mentioned earlier, it's indefinite. And what these are is these are big boxes that are going to sit on concrete pads next to power generation sources. One of the things we need to do in rural Kansas specifically is we need to broaden our tax base. By it being in this bill that these are not commercial or industrial equipment, it will allow our local governments to tax those at the expiration of the 10-year tax abatement. This is a very new technology. The industry wants it so that they know what the rules are. If we don't define these rules, the courts will define it for us. And with that, also another thing is these installations, they run anywhere from $50 to $300 million. So it's a huge investment by the people putting these things in. So with that, I would stand for questions.
Does any member desire to speak to the bill? The chair recognizes Representative Representative Sawyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know we look so much alike.
Similarities are strong.
I rise in support. I don't have any questions. I rise in support of the bill. I think the carrier did a pretty good job explaining it. I think this is a new emerging industry that's going to be very, very important at regulating power, so we have it when we need it. We won't run into those kind of shortages like we saw a few years ago when we had that big cold. So I think it's a good bill. It'll provide certainty to the industry to help encourage this development in Kansas, and I'd urge you to support the bill.
To speak to the bill, the chair recognizes Representative Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm uncertain about HB 2083. For the past 12 years, we've discussed these matters in the Energy and Environment Committee, now known as the Energy, Utilities, and Telecommunications Committee. Clearly, these devices are the future and have the potential to help even out peak loads and maybe at some point do away for things like the new generating stations that Evergy is requesting that are going to drive my constituents' electric bills through the roof. And so I want to encourage these types of facilities, but there are at least two areas where I have questions for the carrier of the amendment to help me understand better what the tax committee has done. So would you join me, my friend?
Thank you, my friend from Sedgwick County.
Always a pleasure to see the man from Liberal.
I'm the Liberal Republican, aren't I?
You are. You're a Liberal Republican.
That's
did your committee look into whether, in addition to this tax abatement, whether there are other incentives out there that the state of Kansas is paying for one way or another to encourage this type of development? My concern is that we may be double funding or doubly encouraging, and I don't know if you all looked into that.
No, we really didn't talk about that much. There's two of them that are in development right now. I believe one is in Lebec County and the other in, I think it was Saline County, and we didn't talk about that.
The other area of concern is that I note, at least according to the notes that were provided to me, that my newfound friend, Dave Traubert of the Kansas Policy Institute, offered testimony in opposition.
That's correct.
And can you just kind of explain to us, even though you support the legislation, generally what the concerns of opponents may have been, just so we better understand?
Yeah, it's a tax abatement. That was his problem with it. But again, in my opinion, he wasn't looking at the root of the matter. This is a new technology that has not been defined in statute, and it's important for us to define it rather than let the courts define it.
Thank you, Mr. Liberal Republican. I think that this is probably okay for now. I kind of wish that utilities would have, or energy, had a chance to look at it, but there's going to be a lot of other opportunities coming down the road, I'm sure. And I know we don't want to stand in the way of this technology, because if it is successful and it can be made technologically and economically viable, it could save ratepayers in Kansas literally billions of dollars. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
To speak to the bill, the chair recognizes Representative Barth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I speak actually in opposition of this bill, and I really would like to encourage you all to vote no as well. You know, these are adults, these are companies and businesses that exist. We're not talking about someone that doesn't already have money to invest in our state. They're wanting to build new energy storage systems. They have every right to do so already without this bill, but not at the expense of taxpayers. As a state, all of us are trying to provide property tax relief. That's our number one thing. And not to vote for a special exception to a subset of businesses. The reason they're asking for this special property tax exemption is just because they can. It's our job as legislators to represent our constituents and vote no. If you read about these are potentially anywhere from 20 to 30 acres. These are going in parts of your districts that will affect your constituents, your property owners. There is no fiscal note on this as of right now. We just heard from the carrier that this is a $50 to $300 million investment for each project, potentially, by the industries themselves. You don't make a $50 to $300 million investment if you don't already have money in the bank to be able to make these types of investments. We have no idea what this is going to cost our state by giving these exemptions. I recommend you vote no. Thanks.
To speak to the bill, the chair recognizes Representative Adam Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to enlighten the body on a little bit of the discussion that we had in tax committee. We need to understand that currently right now, with this technology not really being in place in the state, there's concern on whether this is considered real property or personal property. If it's personal property, as the carrier of the bill mentioned, this could be argued in court that this would receive a lifetime exemption, which means any of the facilities, regardless of how much of an investment they are, it's completely tax-free. These modules, as I understand it, I've never toured one of these facilities. I'm not sure what they look like, but they did describe it to us in committee. There's a pretty good chance that these could have qualified or been argued pretty well that they are considered personal property exempt under the machinery and equipment guidelines that we have currently. So in the tax committee's opinion, this was a good compromise to define these as real property keep them consistent with the 10-year exemption that we currently have on other generation, energy generation. Even though these aren't technically generation, they're storage, but it seemed like a good compromise to keep the policy consistent with other statutes that we have right now for generation, wind energy, solar, whatever the generation type might be. So I wanted to make that clear to the body. This is a good compromise. I encourage the body to support this motion.
To speak to the bill, the chair recognizes Representative Petter Parshall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question for the carrier of the bill. There's been a lot of debate about the fact that these could be considered items that would receive a lifetime exemption. So that's why this bill is needed. Could this bill technically be done with providing, or we're defining it so it would not receive the lifetime exemption, but would still not get the abatement?
Yeah, I would believe we could do that by statute.
Thank you. As this stands, being an abatement, I cannot support the bill. If it was just defining that this does not receive a lifetime exemption, I could support it. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, Representative Francis, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is an important new technology that's going to be affecting the energy industry across the nation. I think it's good for our counties, it's good for our cities so that they have certainty. One of the proponents in this bill, even though it wasn't listed that way on the brief, but I've got a copy of the testimony, the Kansas Association of Counties was a proponent on this bill because they want the certainty to make sure that they're eventually going to be able to tax this asset. Also, as many of you know, when something goes in like this, they're going to have to get zoning approval. As part of that process, they'll be able to negotiate payments in lieu of taxes during that 10 years. So I think this is a good bill for the state of Kansas. It's a good bill for our local governments. And with that, Mr. Chair, I move that when the committee rises and reports, that we report House Bill 2083 favorably.
You've heard the motion by Representative Francis to report HB 2083 favorably. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. Chair recognizes Majority Leader Croft.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Pursuant to House Rule 1903, I move that substitute House Bill 2007, appearing under the order of business, general orders, be passed over and retain a place on the calendar.
All right, you've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Very good. We're passing it over. Proceed.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Pursuant to House Rule 1903, I move House Bill 2088, appearing under the order of business, general orders, be passed over and retain a place on the calendar.
You've heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Very good. We're passing over that one too. Next order of business is HB 2121. And for the purpose of carrying HB 2121, the chair recognizes Representative Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There were committee amendments. I move adoption of committee reports.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. Committee report is adopted. Please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. HB 2121 comes to us from the Committee on Transportation. It addresses EV registration fees in 3 different ways, and I'll break those down for you. The first one, we're raising the rates on the EV registration fees to more align with the usage of EVs in today's economy. The technology has improved, the mileage has improved, but also the road usage has improved. So these new fees will align with more of the use of the roads. Right now, currently, Kansas is bottom of the pack, dead last in EV registration fees for all electric vehicles, and the third lowest in the country for hybrid EVs. Raising the rates today actually will just put us in the middle of the pack. It's not punitive. So what we're going to do is we're going to raise the registration fees for all electric vehicles to $100 to $165. Hybrid vehicles from $50 to $85. Plug-in hybrids, we're going to go up from $50 to $100. So that's the first mechanism of this. The second mechanism is currently how the statute is written, it does not include EV trucks. So the Cyber trucks, the Ford F-150 Lightnings, the really, really heavy trucks, they actually pay no EV registration fees at all. They just pay the regular registration fee that combustible engine vehicles do. We're not recouping anything for the loss of the motor fuels tax. So we're going to apply a registration fee on them as well. That registration fee is going to be $200 for all electric, $125 for hybrids. The extra portion of that EV registration fee is due to the weight. I think the Cybertrucks weigh on average about 6,500 pounds, which is about 2,000 pounds more than an average EV vehicle. And an average EV weighs more than an average combustible engine vehicle. So we're including those in this to make sure we capture those. The third section, the third change in this bill is when we passed the EV registration fees a few years ago, 100% of those registration fees went into the highway fund. But with our motor fuels tax, the formula we use is 66% into our highway fund and 33% into our city county, special city county highway fund. And since we're using EV registration fees to supplement motor fuels tax, I think that same formula should apply. So with this new EV registration fee, 66% of it will go into the state highway fund and 33% will go into our city county highway fund to help our cities and our counties fund the roads. And with that, Mr. Chair, I will stand for any questions.
All right, does any member desire to speak to the bill? The chair recognizes Representative Hoy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the carrier did a great job explaining this bill. I do rise in support of this bill. I think that there was some opposition saying this might be a little bit too soon to get on the path toward recouping some of the funding that we will lose from not having the gas tax as our EV fleet in Kansas grows. But the addition to this for the Special City County Highway Fund and our Highway Fund dollars will create revenues for our infrastructure projects in the state. I think that the fees suggested are reasonable, and I will be supporting it, but would leave it to the will of the body. Thank you.
Right, is there any further discussion? Chair recognizes Representative Francis.
I just wanted to thank the carrier of the bill for his hard work working with the stakeholders across the state to make sure that it's parity and fairness. And I also want to thank the automobile industry, GM. They were partners of ours in trying to figure out what the right numbers were going forward. So again, I want to thank the representative from Sedgwick County for his hard work.
If there's no further discussion, Representative Hoheisel, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I do want to echo the comments of the previous speaker. We have a lot of great EV investment in this state. GM is investing about $400 million in their Fairfax plant. That's a great investment. We all know the Panasonic investment as well. EV technology is getting better. It looks like it's the future. We welcome all that investment in Kansas, but we also have to maintain our roads, and we got to have more discussions on how we're going to pay for the next highway plan, how we're going to finish off this highway plan. And that's what this discussion is about. It's not to be punitive. It's not to punish EV owners at all. I referenced in committee and I referenced the counter today, I actually want to buy a Cybertruck. My wife won't let me, but I want a Cybertruck. I think they're awesome. So it's not to punish anybody, but this is so everybody is paying their fair share to use our roads. And that's always key for some folks in this chamber, that everybody pays their fair share. And that's all we're asking for today is EV owners pay their fair share for usage of our public roads. So with that, Mr. Chair, I move that when the body rises and reports, it reports HB 2121 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion by Representative Hoheisel to report HB 2121 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. Next item up for business is HB 2122. For the purposes of carrying HB 2122, the chair recognizes Representative Collins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There were no committee amendments.
Please continue.
Thank you. House Bill 2122 modifies the threshold limit from $100 to $300 for allowing quarterly payments of certain truck and truck tractor annual vehicle registration fees, and eliminates the 2-quarter grace period for truck or truck tractor owners that have delinquent quarterly payments before certain penalties apply. And there is a fiscal note on this. It would require $2,800 from the state general fund in 2026 fiscal year to implement the bill and to modify the automated tax system. And there was one proponent, the Vehicles Division of the Kansas Department of Revenue, and the Kansas Motor Carriers Association was neutral. And with that, I'll stand for questions.
Does any member desire to speak to the bill? The chair recognizes Representative Hoy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The carrier did a great job explaining the bill, and I think it's a good bill.
Well, if there's no further discussion, Representative Collins, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I move that when the committee rises and reports, that it reports House Bill 2122 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion by Representative Collins to report HB 2122 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion, the ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and the motion passes. Next item up for business is HB 2168. And for the purposes of carrying HB 2168, the chair recognizes Representative Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. HB 2168, another license plate bill. We got to have another one. Would provide vehicle owners with a blackout distinctive license plate for a $50 annual fee to the county treasurer. These fees will be credited to the license plate replacement fund administered by the Secretary of Revenue and will be used for costs associated with replacing license plates when the lifespan of those plates are exhausted, as determined by the Director of Vehicles. This was brought to us by the Kansas Department of Revenue. There was no other testimony. And enactment would increase expenditures for
Representative, was there a committee report?
No.
Were there amendments made? No amendments. All right, thank you.
It would increase expenditures by $28.90 in fiscal year 26 just to manufacture the plate. And it would decrease revenues in the state highway fund by $4,000 in 2026. I do have an example on my desk if you want to see what a blackout plate looks like. I would not bring a prop up here, so just saying.
Representative, one moment. It appears that there was an amendment made in committee.
Okay. Okay, I make a motion to adopt the committee report.
Bingo, that's the right one. You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Very, very good. The motion passes. Committee report is adopted. Please proceed.
I'll stand for questions.
Does any member wish to speak to the bill? The chair recognizes Representative Hoy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The carrier did a great job explaining this bill. I do like that it is going back to replace exhausted license plates. The license plates are a black background with white lettering, kind of like our badges, though I think they look pretty cool. So I'm going to support the bill. I know there are differing opinions on these types of license plates in the body, so we'll see how it goes. Thank you.
To speak to the bill, the chair recognizes Representative Christy Williams.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. I wore black to support this blackout because in 2020, we actually introduced this bill and we wanted that money to go back to local communities. But this one actually allows KDOT to keep the funds, and it's a plus because it adds $3.5 million through elected decisions to purchase this. And so with that, I support it and glad that it came back 5 years later.
Right, is there any further discussion? Seeing none, Representative Essex, you may close.
Mr. Chair, I move that when the committee rises and reports, that it reports HB 2168 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion by Representative Essex to report HB 2168 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. Next item of business is HB 2201. For the purposes of carrying HB 2201, the chair recognizes Representative Goddard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There were no committee amendments.
Please continue then.
HB 2201 is a license plate bill that would create an FFA, Future Farmers of America distinctive license plate. The Kansas FFA Foundation would be authorized to allow the logo image to be affixed on a license plate upon payment of a logo image payment of at least $25, but no more than $100 for each plate. The payment would be issued to the county treasurer and remitted to the state treasurer. Royalties would be paid on a monthly basis. There were numerous proponents for this bill. Representative Raji's, the folks from the Kansas FFA Foundation, the Kansas Grain and Feed Association, the FFA chapter president from Neodesha, Kansas, and the Farm Bureau and the Kansas Fairgrounds Association. There were no opponents and no neutrals, and of course there were no committee amendments. And I will stand for questions.
Does any member desire to speak to the bill? The chair recognizes Representative Hoy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The carrier did a great job explaining the bill. That we had a excellent testimony from some of the members of the FFA in our state. Very impressive, and I urge your support of this bill. Thank you.
All right, for further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Rajas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. It's a great day for Kansas. Many of us are getting moisture, yes, in the form of snow. We look at and we see that, and it's a little difficult for those that are in the livestock business and some of those newborn calves, and those farmers and ranchers are taking extra care. But I ask for your support of this bill and how appropriate it is that we do it today. This is National FFA Week and FFA Week here in Kansas. You probably saw those blue jackets around yesterday, and they were able to present in our committee. The future of Kansas is bright due to FFA chapters all over the state of Kansas. And so with this license plate, I think you will see them all over the state. And so I encourage you to join me in support of this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
For further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in opposition to HB 2201. As many of you know, I have virtually uniformly voted against these license tag bills. It's not because an organization like the Future Farmers of America, the FAA, is a bad organization. Rather, it's because license plates are for identification of vehicles, not to advertise for organizations, nonprofit or otherwise, not to display slogans reflecting political or social beliefs. I think it also keeps us away from the unfortunate circumstance that we've had in the past, that organizations have asked that they have their own license plate, and some members didn't believe in the historical or political views of those organizations. And so just since we have a new class of representatives here, I want you to understand that I routinely and almost without exception vote against all of these types of bills, and it is no reflection on the FFA. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, Representative Goddard, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I can personally attest to what the FFA did for me when I was in high school. 1965, I graduated from high school, and I was the state vice president of the Future Farmers in the state of Wisconsin. FFA taught me so much about leadership and communication and teamwork. And in Kansas, we have over 7,000 members of FFA chapters, and in 252 chapters. We have over 1 million FFA members across all 50 states. And I was wrong. It's not 7,000, it's 13,700 FFA members here in the state of Kansas. And these FFA members are the future of the agribusiness community and agriculture here in this state. Approximately 60 to 70% of these graduates, when they graduate from high school, wind up in a career in agricultural related issues. Everything from agricultural tourism to soils, to ranching, to farming, to dietitians, et cetera, and the list goes on and on. So, Mr. Chairman, when the body arises, I move that House Bill 2201 be reported favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion by Representative Goddard to report HB 2201 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. Next item of business is HB 2212. And for the purposes of carrying 2212, the chair recognizes Representative Esau.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There were no committee amendments, so I will continue. HB 2212 was brought to us by the 2024 chair of the Joint Committee on Special Claims Against the State. This committee meets about 3 to 4 times a year to review claims that are made against the state and serves as the last recourse for those who are seeking compensation or damages for loss. Approximately 85% of the claims come from individuals who are housed at state corrections institutions. And to gain an idea of the workload of this committee, I looked up the minutes of one of their meetings and found out that the minutes were 19 pages long and the testimony was over 200 pages. And that is relevant to where we're going with this bill. Current law provides the Secretary of Corrections can reimburse an inmate of any correctional institution, et cetera, for damages that were caused by negligence while against the state or an agency. But the limit is $500 of what they can do without bringing some other way of getting recourse. So the limit hasn't been raised in many years. I don't know exactly how long that has been. The bill now raises the maximum to $750, and it requires that the inmates still notify the corrections secretary that they are doing this, but it doesn't get hung up if they fail to do that, so that the committee can evaluate the merits of the claim and not delay it based on procedural oversight. There were no opponents to the bill. No one testified neutral. The Department of Corrections believes the number of claims can be settled directly by the agency might increase, but it wouldn't affect the overall number of claims filed or paid and have no fiscal impact on the agency. So in summary, HB 2212 would expedite payment of valid claims, possibly reduce the number of valid claims delayed because of procedural oversight, and lighten the load of the Joint Committee on Special Claims against the state. With that, Mr. Chair, I'm happy to stand for questions if any remain.
Does any member desire to speak to the bill? The chair recognizes Representative Osmond.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The carrier of the bill did an excellent job. I actually appreciate the extra information that went into it and the extra research that went into it. So, body, I urge your support of this non-licensed plate bill. Thank you.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, Representative Esau, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports HB 2212 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion by Representative Esau to report HB 2212 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. Next item of business is HB 2261, and for the purposes of carrying HB 2261, the chair recognizes Representative Van Houten.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There were no amendments.
Please continue.
House Bill 2261, an act concerning the Kansas Highway Patrol relating to the employment classification of Kansas Highway Patrol officers, provided that Kansas Highway Patrol majors are to be within the unclassified service, and superintendents, assistant superintendents, and majors shall be returned with permanent status to the rank that such officers held when the officer was appointed to such respective position. House Bill 2261 would establish that Highway Patrol members with the rank of major are within the unclassified service under the Kansas Civil Service Act. The bill would clarify that upon termination of an officer's term as superintendent, assistant superintendent, or major, they are to be returned with permanent status to the rank held at the time of their appointment. I will stand for questions.
All right, does any member desire to speak to the bill? The chair recognizes Representative Hoy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The carrier did a great job explaining this bill, and I urge your support. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, Representative Van Houten, you may close.
Mr. Chair, I move that when the body rises and reports, they report House Bill 2261 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion by Representative Van Houten to report HB 2261 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. The chair recognizes Majority Leader Croft.
Mr. Chair, I move we rise and report.
You've heard the motion to rise and report. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Very good. The ayes have it. We'll rise and report.
The clerk will read the committee report.
Mr. Speaker, your committee of the whole recommends that HB 2116, HB 2155, HB 2280, HB 2016, HB 2118, HB 2039, HB 2122, HB 2201, 2212, 2261 be passed, HB 2182, HB 2062, HB 2075, HB 2158, 2083, HB 2121, 2168 be passed as amended, HB 2007, HB 2088 be passed over and retained a place on the calendar.
The Speaker recognizes Representative Sutton to adopt the committee of the whole report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move adoption of the committee report.
You've heard the motion to adopt the committee report. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. Reports of standing committees. The clerk will read.
The Committee on Taxation recommends HB 2125 be passed and be placed on the consent calendar. The Committee on Commerce, Labor, and Economic Development recommends HB 2343 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. The Committee on Agriculture and Natural Resources recommends HB 2254 be amended on page 1 in line 28, and the bill be passed as amended. The Committee on Legislative Modernization recommends HB 2313 be passed. The Committee on Insurance recommends HB 2334 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. The Committee on Insurance recommends HB 2246 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. The Committee on Insurance recommends HB 2335 be passed. The Committee on Health and Human Services recommends HB 2365 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. The Committee on K through 12 Education Budget recommends HB 2382 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. The Committee on Agricultural and Natural Resources recommends HB 2355 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. The Committee on Agricultural and Natural Resources recommends HB 2095 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. The Committee on Commerce, Labor, and Economic Development recommends HB 2342 be passed. The Committee on Commerce, Labor, and Economic Development recommends HB 2119 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. The Committee on Education recommends HB 2299 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. The Committee on Judiciary recommends HB 2134 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. The Committee on Agriculture and Natural Resources recommends HB 2111 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. The Committee on Child Welfare and Foster Care recommends HB 2311 be passed. The Committee on Health and Human Services recommends HB 2284 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. The Committee on Commerce, Labor, and Economic Development recommends HB 2304 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. The Committee on Commerce, Labor, and Economic Development recommends HB 2340 be passed. The Committee on Local Government recommends HB 2160 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. The Committee on Agriculture and Natural Resources recommends HB 2172 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. The Committee on Legislative Modernization recommends HB 2060 be amended by substituting with a new bill to be designated as substitute for House Bill number 2060 as follows: an act concerning cybersecurity, and the substitute bill be passed. The Committee on Judiciary recommends HB 2359 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. The Committee on Taxation recommends HB 2096 be passed. The Committee on Taxation recommends HB 2275 be passed. The Committee on Judiciary recommends HCR 5008 be amended and the resolution be adopted as amended. The Committee on Commerce, Labor, and Economic Development recommends HB 2291 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. The Committee on Judiciary recommends HB 2347 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. The Committee on Corrections and Juvenile Justice recommends HB 219 be amended and the bill be passed as amended.
House Bill 2329 is withdrawn from the Committee on Corrections and Juvenile Justice and referred to the Committee on Federal and State Affairs. House Bill 2325 is withdrawn from the Committee on Corrections and Juvenile Justice and referred to the Committee on Federal and State Affairs. House Bill 2009 is withdrawn from the Committee on Health and Human Services and referred to the Committee on Interstate Cooperation. House Bill 2010 is withdrawn from the Committee on Health and Human Services and referred to the Committee on Interstate Cooperation. House Bill 2171 is withdrawn from the Committee on Federal and State Affairs and referred to the Committee on Health and Human Services. House Bill 2236 is withdrawn from the Committee on Health and Human Services and referred to the Committee on Federal and State Affairs. House Bill 2368 is withdrawn from the Committee on Health and Human Services and referred to the Committee on Federal and State Affairs. House Bill 2223 is withdrawn from the Committee on Health and Human Services and referred to the Committee on Federal and State Affairs. House Bill 2217 is withdrawn from the Committee on Health and Human Services and referred to the Committee on Federal and State Affairs. House Bill 2375 is withdrawn from the Committee on Health and Human Services and referred to the Committee on Interstate Cooperation. House Bill 2056 is withdrawn from the Committee of the Whole and referred to the Committee of Calendar and Printing. House Bill 2057 is withdrawn from the Committee of the Whole and referred to the Committee on Calendar and Printing. House Bill 2107 is withdrawn from the Committee of the Whole and referred to the Committee on Calendar and Printing. House Bill 2250 is withdrawn from the Committee on Health and Human Services and referred to the Committee on Federal and State Affairs. House Bill 2159 is withdrawn from the Committee of the Whole and referred to the Committee on Calendar and Printing. Are there announcements? Speaker recognizes Minority Leader Woodard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Democrats, we will have agenda to continue our discussion at 1:30 p.m. and 152 South. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker recognizes Representative Sawyer Clayton.
Thank you. Johnson County delegation members, although our speakers were unable to come here for lunch, the food is still available in room 118 North. Thank you.
Seeing no further announcements, the Speaker recognizes the Majority Leader for a motion to recess.
Okay, Republicans, we will calendar at 1:30 p.m. in the old Supreme Court. Mr. Speaker, I move the House stand in recess until 2 p.m.
You've all heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. We are in recess. The House will come to order. Messages from the Senate, the clerk will read.
Announcing the Senate herewith transmits the veto message from the governor, together with the enrolled copy of SB 63, an act concerning children and minors, relating to health care of minors, enacting the Help Not Harm Act, prohibiting health care providers from treating a child whose gender identity is inconsistent with the child's sex, authorizing a civil cause of action against health care providers for providing such treatments, restricting use of state funds to promote gender transitioning, prohibiting professional liability insurance from covering damages for healthcare providers that provide gender transition treatment to children, requiring professional discipline against a healthcare provider who performs such treatments, adding violation of the act to the definition of unprofessional conduct for physicians, amending KSA 65-2837 and repealing the existing section, which was received on February 11th, 2025 and read on February 18th, 2025. Right now, the legislature should be focused on ways to help Kansans cope with rising prices. That is the most important issue for Kansans. This is where my focus is. Infringing on parental rights is not appropriate, nor is it a Kansas value. As I've said before, it is not the job of politicians to stand between a parent and a child who needs medical care of any kind. This legislation will also drive families, businesses, and healthcare workers out of our state, stifling our economy and exacerbating our workforce shortage issue. It is disappointing that the legislature continues to push for government interference in Kansans' private medical decisions instead of focusing on issues that improve all Kansans' lives. Therefore, under Article 2, Section 14A of the Constitution, I hereby veto Senate Bill 63. A motion was made that SB 63 be passed notwithstanding the governor's veto by vote of 31 yeas and 9 nays. The motion having received the required 2/3 constitutional majority of the members elected or appointed to the Senate voting in the affirmative, the bill passed.
The governor's objection to Senate Bill 63 having been read, the time has now arrived for the House reconsideration of said bill. Is there a motion? Speaker recognizes Representative Bryce.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that notwithstanding the governor's veto of SB 63, the bill be passed.
Does anyone wish to speak to the motion? Speaker recognizes Representative Susan Ruiz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What a surprise. Usually we would have a warning that we would be doing a veto session. It's not in anybody's schedule. Until right now, we come and sit down. We have this, having to do a veto session on a bill that is one of the most egregious and cruel bills we have so far. I'm sure there's more to come. Everything that the governor mentioned is correct. This is not helpful for anyone. We have families. We're already reeling from dealing with the bill from the first place. This does not help our kids, does not help our families. And boy, are we putting physicians in a horribly precarious position where they will not be able to practice their entire scope of practice. I really wish the Kansas Medical Society would be speaking against this, that they would not like that their physicians are being attacked, being singled out, being focused on, and that their scope of practice is being narrowed and being opened up for litigation. They can't even tap into the stabilization fund. Funding money they've been putting in since they registered to practice in Kansas. We should all be enraged about this. This is wrong. on so many levels. And I know certain people don't care. They don't care about these kids. All they care about is control. And that somehow that the legislature has the right to interfere in people's bodies. In this case, you know, we talk out of both sides of our mouth. Sometimes we'll say parents have rights, but in this case, we're not. We're not saying that parents have rights. Parents and the physicians make decisions about medical decisions about their children all the time. All the time. Using excuses, using data from other countries is nothing but a cover. This entire bill is nothing but a cover, but is a way to discriminate against a tiny portion of our population. And you cannot change me out of that, of thinking that. This is what this is. Somehow people are gonna get kudos from this. They're gonna get, I don't know, attaboys from somebody. I don't know. But we should not be doing this. We should be standing up for the families in Kansas and standing up for our physicians. We don't have enough physicians. We don't have enough pediatricians. Why would they want to come and practice in Kansas? Do you not think some of these physicians have children? They're already receiving the gender affirming care? Do we not think that our military families are coming with children with special needs and some of them are also receiving gender affirming care? But so we're saying Kansas is welcome to everyone, except if you have this, this, and this, and this. That's part of the message that we're sending out there. This is so disgusting that we did not get enough of a warning. And it's pretty cowardly. I ask us to sustain the veto on Senate Bill 63.
I would remind the body, please refrain from impugning the motives of other members and try to keep to the policy itself. Representative Schreiber.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, I want to make 3 points. The first one is a thank you. When I made my comments, what is it now, 10 days or so ago, I really appreciated the quiet in this chamber, which we all know is rather difficult to do, but it seemed like most everyone was paying attention. I really appreciate that. And I also appreciate those that stopped me in the hall afterwards or in my office or at a committee meeting or reception and just said, thanks for your remarks, even though they weren't changing their vote. And I understood that, but I did appreciate those comments. You know, shortly after I made that speech, and I think it was that weekend, our kids called home like they normally do over the weekend, and they said, Dad, you've gone viral. And I said, well, I've got my COVID shot and my flu shot. I don't know how that happened. And they said, no, you know, slapping their foreheads. But someone, there was a video out there that they did a clip of my speech, and it had over, almost 1 million views and almost 9,000 shares. And I think then it clicked with me because I'd been getting a lot of email messages and texts and phone calls and stuff. And I thought, well, they were out in the lobby or somebody out there was telling people about it. But over time, and I'm still getting them, thanking me for those comments. These are families that have a child with gender dysphoria. And their comments are much like what I mentioned in my earlier speech. They're frustrated, they're scared, and you know, they were amazed that somebody stood up and recognized them up here at the well. The last point I'd like to make, and it's been mentioned in this chamber and across the way and so forth, but the term radical gender ideology is being used quite a bit. And, you know, and I understand where it came from, you know, that they kind of put together a lot of words to scare people with it. But I just want to, you know, when we use that, we kind of imply that this is a choice that these kids have or have made. But, you know, ideologies are taught. We've taught capitalism, we teach communism, we teach Catholicism. These are all ideologies. But we don't teach kids to have cancer. We don't teach them to have birth defects. And we don't teach them to have a medical condition called gender dysphoria. So if you can refrain from using that, I'd appreciate it. Of course, you don't have to. But I think it would show some kindness toward those families and those children that have that medical condition. And if you feel so inclined, I'd appreciate you sustaining this veto. Thank you again, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Meyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's really unexpected to be up here this early in the middle of a day without being able to prepare our remarks on something that is going to impact so many children across the state. And that makes me sad. It makes me sad to see political gamesmanship come in between us and our duties to our constituency and to people across the state. I didn't have time to prepare a good debate or anything on this, but many of you have seen me up here standing and fighting for our trans kids for a really long time. And I really appreciate what the previous representative just brought to your attention. This shouldn't be partisan, and experiencing gender dysphoria isn't an ideology. This is something that our kids across the state, across the country, across the world, and our adults grapple with and try to find a way to make it through, to feel better, to figure out who they are. And that's why one of the biggest issues with this was the social transitioning piece. We were willing to make so many, we were just willing to give up so much of our fight in order to make a compromise. You know, we were willing to let it just be surgery only. We were willing to let the bill contain, you know, language that would remove the ability for folks to use puberty blockers and hormones under the age of 18. And then we tried to get you all to leave out social transitioning so that our kids at least have a chance to figure out who they are without medical intervention and with the help and assistance of mental health providers and medical providers who could really talk to them and their families to help them figure out who they are, because it's not a choice. They just want to figure out who they are, and they have the right to do that. But when social transitioning couldn't be taken out, that's what broke my heart, y'all, because that is such an important piece. It is the freedom to be who we are and to explore who we could become. And that was a step too far. So I want you to think about that. Think about how hard it is to figure out who you are as you're growing up and why it's important to have the freedom to do so. And please sustain this veto.
The Speaker recognizes Minority Leader Woodard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Not the bill I wanted to get up and talk for or about, but here we are. You know, we've had this debate, these discussions, these override attempts in the past, and it's baffling to me because we all just got elected. We all just listened to the people of our districts talk about the cost of living, about the inability to afford groceries, about the inability to afford everyday expenses, and yet we're sending a bill to the governor. The first piece of legislation that we're sending to her desk was a culture war issue. and now we're forcing it into law. Where's the focus? You know, we're here banning certain parts of healthcare, tying the backs of healthcare providers doing talk therapy, rather than focusing on bills like including the homestead renters rebate and property tax refunds. We're focused on banning social transition rather than looking at bills that exempt feminine hygiene products and diapers, making it more affordable for Kansans. We're banning hormone therapy rather than focusing on increasing the minimum wage and putting more money in the pockets of Kansans. We're focused on banning puberty blockers rather than making sure that we're actually addressing property taxes with real meaningful relief. I think we all knew where this bill was headed and where the numbers are, but I'm still going to ask you to consider voting no and voting to sustain Governor Kelly's veto. Let's focus on the things that actually make it more affordable to live, to work, and to raise a family in Kansas, and bills like this don't help with that. And to the LGBTQ folks in Kansas, we may have lost this battle today, but we will never stop fighting for you. We will always have your back. And no legislature, no elected body can legislate away our very existence or erasure. We're here, we're not going anywhere, and I urge you to vote no. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Seeing no further discussion, Representative, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would encourage the body to vote yes to override the governor's veto on this bill. This is a fork in the road, I believe, in who we are as a people, as a state. We need to follow what is effective, what is safe, and not follow an ideology. And this is our opportunity to do that. So I encourage you to vote yes. Thank you. I close.
As a reminder to the body, a yes vote is a vote to override. A no vote is a vote to sustain the governor's veto. The question arises on the motion of Representative Bryce that notwithstanding the governor's veto, the bill be passed. The clerk will open the roll, and you may record your vote. As every member had the opportunity to record their vote, the clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, with 84 having voted in favor and 35 against the passage of Senate Bill 63, the same having received the required 2/3 majority, is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The speaker recognizes Representative Lewis for a request to the body to change his vote, and it wouldn't change the outcome of what occurred, but go ahead, Representative.
Yes, so I just made a plain error, and I meant to vote no to sustain the veto, so I'm asking for unanimous consent for me to change my vote.
Representative, are you asking for your vote, for your no vote to be switched to a yes?
Yes, I am.
Is there objection? Seeing no objection, so ordered. The Speaker recognizes Majority Leader Croft for a motion to resolve into the Committee of the Whole.
Mr. Speaker, I move the House resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for the purpose of considering those items under the heading of general orders.
You've all heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion carries. The Speaker appoints Representative Francis to chair the Committee of the Whole.
Good afternoon, body. The first item of business is House Bill 2007. For the purpose of carrying House Bill 2007, the chair recognizes Representative Waymaster.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. There were committee amendments. I move the adoption of the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The motion passes and the committee report is adopted. Please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this is substitute for House Bill 2007 is the budget that we were going to pass out of the House and then send over to the Senate. I think all of you are aware of the new process that began with the budgeting process this year. Actually, in 2024, we started in September with discussions on how we would have a legislative budget so we could get the budget process through the legislative process sooner than what we had in the past. And I think this is the first time actually this is my 9th year as the Appropriations Chair where we have a budget bill prior to turnaround. So in identifying some of the changes in the process, one thing that we realized is that the Chair of Ways and Means on the Senate side and myself were invited to attend the appeals process with the Director of Budget. So then we kind of had an idea of what the governor may or might have not included in her budget. We also had the special committee meetings in December where we started had discussions in regards with our research department as far as what the enhancements were by the agencies and the departments. And then on January 13th, the first day of session, when I actually still had 2 feet, I introduced the budget bill on the first day of session. So our main focus this year in regards to the budget bill was state general fund spending. If you look at the profile, when we started the legislative session, we were about a little more than $400 million above what we're receiving in revenue as far as spending. And so we were very focused on exactly how we wanted to move forward with the budget, especially when we had in December and also when we started the budgeting process in January that the agencies and the departments throughout the state of Kansas, they were asking for $1.1 billion in enhancements for fiscal year 2026. So one thing that we did address, there is about $49 million that is still remaining in ARPA interest. And so we went through the budget and had an amendment that identified one-time spending in fiscal year 2026 and used the ARPA interest to cover that as opposed to state general fund. We added funding of approximately $8.7 million for 320 individuals to be taken off of the IDD waiting list. We had increases to our nursing home rates, that's $75.5 million, all funds, $29.3 million state general fund. We did put money in for water, which was actually paid for by the state water planning fund. And the other thing that we identified by having the budgeting process is actually looking at the reappropriations that occurred from fiscal year 24 into fiscal year 25. And so when you look at the appropriations amount that transferred from one fiscal year to the next, it was about $619 million. Now, all of that money could not be recouped back because some of it was dedicated for bonding, some of it was dedicated for capital improvements, and it was just the way the calendar fell, that's how that money was reappropriated back into that particular agency. But we were able to pull back some of the reappropriations and then have discussions with the agencies and the departments as to why they had these reappropriations. And we were identified about $70 million that we were able to retain into House Bill 2007, where really the agencies and the departments stated that they don't really particularly need it. Some had been using reappropriations as a budgeting tool for the past few years, but there were some that basically it was just overspending for the particular agencies and the departments. One thing that we've been doing for many years is we maintain the vending machine from what is in statute. The proceeds from the vending machines go to our clubhouse models, and that's to $12 million a year. And then we want to have an extensive discussion in regards to contract nursing. Because right now at Larned State Hospital in fiscal year 2025, the note for our contract nurses was $30 million. For Osawatomie State Hospital is $8 million. And that is something that we continually cannot continue in future years. And so we've also asked for an interim committee to be set up to discuss contract nursing with all our state hospitals, but particularly also in Larned, to not just discuss pay, but also housing, recruitment, benefits, other needs that might be inhibiting from actually hiring from there and not relying so much on contract nursing. Again, we have a state employee pay plan that is very similar to what we've done in the past. There was actually a market study that was conducted by the Department of Administration in 2024 at the request of this legislature. And our dollar amount is very similar to what the governor had submitted in her report, but ours focuses on some of the items that we did last year where we tried to identify those employees that were under market and then at market and then above market, and then we had the pay scale accommodating those employees as we went forward. We also had $10.5 million for technical colleges, $14.3 million for two-year college apprenticeships. We do have $7 million, which is part of that ARPA dollars that is being allocated out for the new Kansas Highway Patrol Jabbar Airport hangar, because right now the hangar that they have at Cook Field is unsecure and the runway cannot accommodate a jet. And then we also have $4.5 million for the State General Fund Aviation Research at Wichita State University. And I would say we also included, I think this might be something we'll discuss, but we have an additional $10 million in regards to special education for the education budget. And one thing else I also wanted to point out before I open up for questions or possible discussion is that we have the Economic Development Initiatives Fund, which is the lottery money that we receive. About anywhere from 33%, I think, is a statutory requirement that is transferred to the state. And of that, 80% of it goes into what is commonly referred to as the EDIF. And when we started this process in December, the agencies and departments that receive money from the EDIF had that underwater by $16 million. So I know many of you heard some cuts that were made, but they were cuts made from the requests, not cuts. What we tried to do at the most is to go back to actuals of 2024 and try to balance that account. Because if we would have that account $16 million in the negative, it is backfilled with state general fund dollars. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I would stand for questions.
Does any member desire to speak to the bill? The chair recognizes Representative Fairchild.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment.
The amendment is short. The clerk will read.
I move to amend substitute for HB 2007 on page 52 in line 40 by subtracting $500,000 from the dollar amount and by adjusting the dollar amount in line 40 accordingly. On page 254 in line 40 after $1,000 by inserting provided further that expenditures in any amount of not to exceed $500,000 shall be made by the above agency from such account during fiscal year 2026 to award grants to local volunteer fire departments for equipment. On page 257, following line 21, by inserting G on July 1, 2025, or as soon thereafter as monies are available, the Director of Accounts and Reports shall transfer $500,000 from the State General Fund to the Fire Marshal Fee Fund 234-002330 of the State Fire Marshal, and by adjusting the amounts accordingly if multiple amendments are adopted.
Representative, would you like to explain your amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The amendment would spend an additional $500,000 on equipment for volunteer fire departments for cities and counties for 2026, and it's a grant program that goes through the fire marshal. The cities and counties have to apply for that, and the reason why I'm doing this is because someone with the Larned Fire Department in my district requested $1 million for this grant program, but when I talked to someone on the Appropriations Committee, they told me that $500,000 would probably be more realistic, and so I went with the $500,000. And, you know, because of the pay-go rule and also because of being fiscally conservative, I wanted to have a way to pay for it, and the amendment takes $500,000 out of the judiciary's budget. And the reason for that is because when I was looking through the budget, the judiciary received about a $30 million increase in funding, which is, I calculated to be 14.8% increase. And so with this amendment that takes $500,000 away from them, they would still be receiving a 14.6% increase in funding. And so it really wouldn't affect their budget very much. They would still be receiving a large increase in funding, a 14.6% increase in funding for 2026, and that money would go towards equipment for volunteer fire departments in this grant program. And I talked to both the chairman and the vice chairman of the Appropriations Committee. They both indicated that they're okay with the amendment. I'll stand for questions.
Does anybody wish to speak to the amendment? Chair recognizes Representative Waymaster.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, the carrier of the amendment actually contacted me this weekend and that he had the idea of bringing this amendment. And I think it's something that we need to do for our volunteer firefighters. So I am in favor of the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair recognizes Representative Ballard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Even though I think it's a worthy cause, I also have had visits from the judicial personnel, Chief Justice and others, and they have explained the need that they have. And I'm also saying theirs is justified. We discussed it, we put it in, and I would hope we would just leave it in for judicial, or we're going to hear from them again next year, and maybe that's what you think you're counting on, and they'll get maybe refunded. But theirs is justified, whether it's for their lower level staff, whether it's for training, trying to recruit judges to this area, could be another one of their specialties. So I would be opposed to that one. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Does anybody else wish to speak to the amendment? Seeing none, Representative Fairchild, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, the judiciary would still be receiving a large increase in funding, almost 30 million. This doesn't take hardly anything away from them. It would still be a big increase in funding for them. And also, I think there has been some indication that the way that it's being paid for could potentially change in the conference process too. I don't know if the way that it's being paid for will actually stay the same in conference or not. It's possible that could change, but I close on my amendment.
You've heard the motion by Representative Fairchild to amend. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion passes. Chair recognizes Representative Ballard to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, as you heard earlier, the budget process this session was new. We considered two budgets. One, the Legislative Budget Committee, and the second one, the governor's recommendations. Traditionally, the House only considered the governor's budget, and we made adjustments accordingly. I will acknowledge Sherman Waymaster always tried to acknowledge the governor's recommendations and the actions, but they were also listed on a separate sheet, which made it a little confusing sometimes. I have heard many legislators believe substitute for HB 2007 is both lean, which is our goal because we had to cut the budget, and a little mean. We started the budget process early and we worked tirelessly to produce this budget, and we had lively and long debates. Chair Waymaster kept committee on task. I will tell you, in some areas, our budget is much better than others. And under Human Services, we have 11 agencies, and we have a lot of federal match funding. In Social Services, we also had large hearings and testimonies and requests from in-person testimony as well as written. I will have to acknowledge Sherman Bueller, the chair, Vice Chair Carpenter, and Representative Opesa, ranking member, because we've spent a lot of time working on this budget. So I don't have any complaints, I think, with social services, but there are other areas that I have heard from people. And one of them would be, we reduced the state funding for co-pay in the school lunch area, and that was an area people were very concerned about. We also had areas where we deleted 1.5 million for the Love Kansas marketing campaign and 2.5 million for the Sunflower Summer Program, all through the Department of Commerce. We deleted 200,000 in public broadcasting grants, reversing last year's increased funding. We added 1 million to the legislature's budget to use artificial intelligence to analyze state government spending and identify cost savings. We added money, as he said earlier, to the nursing facilities and a lot of the other areas and agencies, and especially the 320 reduction for the IDD wait list. We also added 4 million to increase Medicaid dental rates, and that was something that was needed, that we really wanted as well. Some of the things that were kind of mean that people comment on, why would we put language prohibiting soda and candy for those that use government spendings. One of the big ones was the 30 million for special education. That was a compromise. And we reduced it to 10 million. We added 1.9 million for wildlife and parks for one-time dam repairs, and that was a huge issue. And we added 38 million of state general fund for market rate pay increases for state employees. One of the biggies also was water in Kansas. And we had somewhat of a debate in our area about water. And one of the things that we were commenting was in the governor's recommendations, she talked about the need for the legislature, the governor's office, and the stakeholders to work together. She mentioned her 10-year plan, which would be modeled after that 10-year highway plan. And that could prove to be effective for the state and ensure adequate water for future generations. It works for the highway to get all the parties together, and that's, I think, was part of our hope. If you notice, I've mentioned positives and some of the negatives, and I think that's what we do on appropriations. The biggest one we failed to do was Medicaid expansion. And part of Medicaid expansion would have allowed at least 150 eligible people to have health insurance. We're one of 10 states that do not have it, which means that 40 states must have seen it as valuable and making it work for them. I think there are Kansans and legislators in this room would like the opportunity to maybe have a Medicaid expansion plan work for us and the people in Kansas that have voiced their concerns and they would like to have Medicaid expansion. With that, you'll notice again, there's good and there's bad, perhaps, in this budget for some people. And when they refer to it as lean, we know we have to cut. We know that in future years, we will have a shortage. And part of the ones they refer to as mean is that we cut in some areas that we did not really have to cut. We could have taken that funding from perhaps other areas. With that, overall, we worked hard on this budget. And I haven't decided, based on what I've heard, whether I will vote yes or no. I'll continue to hear the debate and make that decision when the time comes. Thank you for the time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. And I would remind the body that the use of names is not allowed at the well. Is there further discussion? Chair recognizes Representative Hoy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment.
The amendment appears short. The clerk will read.
Amend substitute for HB 2007 on page 37 in line 38 by subtracting $3 million from the dollar amount and by adjusting the dollar amount in line 38 accordingly. On page 181 in line 21 by adding $3 million to the dollar amount and by adjusting the dollar amount in line 21 accordingly. following line 21 by inserting, provided that expenditures in an amount of not less than $3 million shall be made by the above agency from such account during fiscal year 2026 to reduce the price copay of students for school lunches.
Representative, would you like to explain your amendment?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment would appropriate $3 million to eliminate copays for school meals for those students currently receiving reduced lunch. So originally, we had a proposal for 5.5 million. That amount would have covered all students eligible for reduced lunch. $3 million will cover those students currently receiving reduced lunch. So this is 70 cents a day if students are having breakfast and lunch for 186 school days. This is $130.20 of savings per child. When we put our heads together and think about how we can save money for hardworking Kansans, it's hard to come up with a significant amount of savings for people. But this would truly put money back into the pockets of Kansans, of students who are no longer going to receive phone calls and text messages that their balance is negative or that they need to put more lunch money into their accounts. This is true financial relief for the most vulnerable Kansans in our state. The $3 million, the way that I got to the $3 million, in the budget, we have a $20 million contract for AI technology to be used for firearm detection in schools. That is funded $7 million in 25, $7 million in 26, and $6 million in 2027. So this just reduces $6 million in 2027 down to $3 million. So if this program is successful, and we haven't done an assessment to see how many schools have current cameras that would actually work with this technology, we still would have time to be able to fund the remainder of that program in 2027. And with that, I would stand for questions.
Does any member wish to speak to the amendment? Chair recognizes Representative Waymaster.
I just have one, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have one question for the maker of the amendment. Particularly, why did, and maybe you had this in your comments when you were talking about where you were taking the pay for on that in regards to adhering to the pay-go rule, but why was it, how would that hurt the contract or damage the contract in 2026 going for and reducing it by $3 million? And why was that particular item selected?
Well, this is a lean budget, so to find a large sum of money is difficult. And with a $20 million contract, and we have years out, that just seemed to me like the most eligible expense to cut. It wouldn't interfere, I don't believe, with an RFP. I think we can still come up with this funding down the road, unless I'm misunderstanding how the RFP was put into the budget. We should still be able to do this, so it just reduces the current funding for the contract from 20 million to 17 million. I believe the 20 million would cover every school. I think that it's 103,000, upwards of $103,000 per school. I think there are a lot of schools that have many less cameras. So without having a full picture of how many schools there are, I think we still have time to build that in and figure out an exact amount of how much that would cost.
All right, thank you. I think it's well intentioned. I do know that when my son was attending preschool, and this was during the pandemic, the schools were providing food. Obviously, they were receiving federal money to do that. And there was a huge waste of food because they would deliver these foods to his preschool, and then they would send him home with us. And I mean, obviously, this is kind of a different program with the EBT cards, but in the same as providing food for students throughout the entire district. And there was a huge waste that I saw, and obviously that was one issue that I had in regards to some of the federal money that was going out during the pandemic. And a lot of that food that his preschool was being provided for by the school district was actually being thrown away. On the other side, we're trying to change the Safe and Secure Schools grant, where we're modifying that to where we can have the technology that can actually identify a shooter by camera recognition, and it is going to be costly. And so we're taking this and weighing the safety of our children in our schools for this particular amendment. So just because in that aspect, I would ask that you vote the amendment down.
Is there further discussion? Chair recognizes Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in favor of this amendment, and I want to, if you would just give me a few minutes, I want to explain why. During campaigning over the summer, I heard a lot from leadership, from other candidates that, you know, we can have differences, but we can still maintain civility. And I really believe that. Now, the last vote that we had on the override, I started to question it. Because if you're going to be civil, give us a chance. We know what the results may be, but we should have a chance to at least rally up some interest, make them aware. But that's done, and we're on this amendment. And I want to tell you that in the 1930s, Topeka High is just down the street, Trojans. 1930s, Topeka High was built, and they put it in a swimming pool. The reason they put it in the swimming pool was for the recreation of swimming, but also at that time, children were coming to school, and they weren't bathed. It gave them an opportunity to at least once a week, they would rinse their body. A few years back, I was finishing my doctorate degree, and I was a substitute teacher at Jardine Elementary, and I had the great opportunity to work with young men that weren't able to be in the general classroom. And one of them was Z. I won't give his name, but if you come to my desk there, you'll see a Ticonderoga pencil, because those are the world's greatest pencils. But that one pencil was was the tool that I was able to use to break through on Z to make sure that he can go back to the classroom. Just a pencil. What is not being recognized is that Z only got fed at school. That's it. He would go home, I would meet the parent, and I know that that parent, to their best of their ability, will provide, but this was the only meal they received. You know, the civil thing for us to do is to recognize that our obligation is to help those that can't help themselves. Z was a fifth grader. I had another student, his name was X. He would come in late and sleep for 2 hours. Why? Because at his home, his stepfather liked to play his guitar until 4 o'clock in the morning. The only safe place for this student to find sleep was in the schools. Now, we can say that they can't read, and we can say that there is no way that the teachers are doing their jobs, but there is no denying the fact that the children need us. And so I ask you to take the moment and to think about this. Let's be civil. Let's recognize that there's an opportunity. $3 million is money we have found. And if it can make a difference to make sure that a student gets fed, not just thrown food, because I would agree with the carrier of this bill, I've seen some food that just has gotten wasted. We're just talking about them being able to pay for their lunch. I got tens and thousands of stories about this. This is a good amendment. Demonstrate civility. Help these Z's and X's out. Thank you. Support this amendment.
Chair recognizes Representative Ballard.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, and thank you. I will rise in support of this amendment. I mentioned it in my remarks, but part of it, when she mentioned the 70 cents a day, 40 cents for dinner, for breakfast, for lunch, and then 30 for the breakfast. 70 cents doesn't seem like a lot of money, But I have heard from some people that really don't have that, especially if they have 3 or 4 kids in school, that they just don't have the funding. So it is a funding issue for a lot of people. And it's also a little status that, people may or may not know that you're on it or whatever. So, but my issue is no child should go hungry. For some reason, if they don't have food at home or for whatever reason, for that reason, I support it because there are some people that even though that sounds like a small amount of money, they do not have it. I hope you will think about passing it. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Meyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So when I was listening to the debate a bit ago, I heard some information that didn't seem exactly right. So I looked it up. I know that SNAP and free and reduced lunches are really complicated and hard to understand, but I wanted to come up here and just let you know that for SNAP, you have to make about like 138% federal poverty level, depending on your circumstance. But for free and reduced lunches, so reduced lunches specifically, a family of 4 can make up to almost $60,000 a year. These are working class folks and they're middle class families who just need a break. And as the bringer of the amendment mentioned, this is one of the best opportunities and the least expensive opportunities we have to give it to them. I could go on about the differences between SNAP and reduced price lunches, but I won't bore you. Plenty of us have been up here today, but I would implore you to think about this realistically and the best way to benefit your families. I don't know about you, but I've received at least, 50, 60 emails requesting this type of legislation. We can't afford universal, but we can certainly afford this. So I would encourage you to support this amendment. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Osman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So probably about 15 years ago, I served on a school board for 2 terms. It was one of the poorest school districts in the area. At that point, they probably had about 80% free reduced lunch. It was a lot of single parent families, a lot of minimum wage workers. 80% free reduced lunch. Eventually, that got converted into 100% free reduced lunch just because of the threshold of where the school district was at. So it covered every kid, and it was absolutely necessary and absolutely a lifesaver. We had summer school as well, and we had internal conversations amongst the board that we knew part of the reason that we had summer school and part of the reason that kids would come to summer school is because it would be the only meal they would get that day. And that kept them going throughout the summertime until they could get back to school and have that school lunch again. Kids that don't have lunch, those that go hungry don't learn. Those that don't learn don't graduate, don't become productive members of society. It is a cycle that we can break, starting with this amendment. So I would support it. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Carr.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The words that come to mind are safe and secure. $7 million, safe and secure. Question is, do we want the schools to be safe and secure, or do we want those students in the school to be safe and secure? I would say that if our focus is on the students in the school, those children to be safe and secure, how safe and secure can you feel if you're hungry? I would urge you to vote in support of this amendment. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Neighbor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're having some really good discussions about, thousands and thousands of kids who today are starving. During COVID, we had the pleasure of having ARPA funds that came to areas where, and it served all kids, but for many reasons, because COVID affected everybody. You couldn't just pick and choose. But today, when we have free and reduced lunch, those are established by earnings. And I know chairman of the budget, maybe during COVID, saw a lot of food thrown away. But a lot of people didn't ask for that either. I'm not going to say it was right or wrong. But today, I know that elementary schools have thousands and thousands of dollars that children cannot pay for. Their families cannot pay for. Maybe this is opening the door to an opportunity where we can start to correct some of that. Having been on a school board for over 30 years, I can tell you that if you get a piece of bread and a piece of cheese, that may be considered a lunch for free and reduced. That's not what we want to do, because it sets those children in a small group over here that everybody else sees and they go, oh, that's Susie. Their family lives in a different place, or they relegate them to a different level. When we talk about the psychological advantages of having a good meal every day that has maybe a fresh fruit or a vegetable or some lettuce, these are things they don't get. Now, I happen to like peanut butter and apple, but it's not what the federal government's going to serve your child. It's not balanced. It's good for me, but it's not what's balanced. And if we want them to be all they can be in school as they grow up, as they mature, then they have to have a good balance at the beginning of every day. And if it's not provided at home, then let's help out a little bit. Please pass this amendment. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Weichel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise today in support of this amendment. I don't know when the last time was that some of you were inside an elementary school. I was in one on Friday. And I've talked to the teachers that teach my children. I've talked to the principals. They talk about hunger. They talk about that kids are hungry. Families are really struggling. They're struggling with the cost of housing. They're struggling with the cost of transportation. They're struggling with the cost of food in their own home. This is one very concrete thing we can do to take a little bit of financial pressure off of those families and feed children at the same time. So I urge you to support this amendment.
Chair recognizes Representative Mosley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise to say that we should support this amendment, and there's two things in my life that is impacting why I would want to support this amendment. The first thing is My sister had my niece at 26-week gestation, and I remember, for one, when I was watching her when she was a very small infant, realizing that I was meant to be a fun aunt and not a mother full time. But the other thing was just realizing like how much she needed to eat, like every 3 hours. And then I would always think about, okay, she just finished eating. When do I need to start thinking about her next bottle? And as I was listening to her sometimes cry because I was not always timely with her meals, and even though she did not have a watch, she always knew what time it was to eat. I started thinking about at what age are we okay with the child going hungry? And that really stuck with me as she is now a 2-year-old. You may have seen her running around the country club at the reception. And she wakes up and she wants to eat. So at what age are we okay with a child not having their needs being met? And then another thing that has really impacted me wanting to support this bill is my sister worked at Harvesters for 5 years. And so our family volunteered there quite often. And for those who are not familiar with Harvesters, it is the food network that covers about 26 counties in East Kansas and Western Missouri. And I just remember packing back snacks for kids to take home with them. And we have so many children who, if it wasn't for things like that, they wouldn't have food at home. So I think that anytime we have the ability to think about one of our most marginalized communities, which is children, we should take that opportunity to make sure that they have what they need to survive. I am going to lean into my faith and think about what we do to the least amongst us, which in this case, these are hungry school children. They are the least amongst us, and I will be supporting this amendment, and thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, Representative Hoy, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment is as simple as feeding kids, should their families choose to participate. And I was reminded by an earlier bringer of an amendment when we look at PAYGO and having to subtract from other areas. You know, this health and safety of kids is absolutely important, but should we send this message that we want to participate in this and co-pays for students on reduced lunch? There is still the conference process. If we do come to find out that from vendors that they wouldn't be able to complete the safe and secure AI program without that $3 million, which again is budgeted for 2027. So this amendment is before you now. There is time to work that out. Please join me in supporting this amendment to pay the co-pays of reduced lunch prices for Kansas kids. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I close.
Heard the motion by Representative Hoy to amend. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, nay. The noes appear to have it. Division has been called. The clerk will open the roll and you may vote. Has every member had an opportunity to vote? The clerk will close the roll and take the tally. 40 having voted in favor and 77 against, the motion fails. We're back on the bill. Representative Hoy, you have the floor. Do you have anything else? All right. Chair recognizes Representative Blake Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in the previous weeks leading up to this point in time, I submitted a request for data to the Department of Administration. And it basically, it was floating in space, wasn't responded to. And so I started drafting this proviso here for today. Basically just, hey, we want some information from the SMART system, that basically is the accounting system for the state of Kansas, just to review inputs that are going in and outputs that are going out. And so I went ahead and I didn't want this to be partisan. I just, hey, we want to look at the numbers. And so I called one of the staffers over the Department of Administration this morning, and subsequently ended up talking to some folks in the administration. I'm not going to say who, but basically, I'm happy to report that we are going to be working together in order to try to get this information to us so that we can hopefully do a little bit of a deeper dive into the budget process. I'm actually very much looking forward to working with the administration in order to get that data and see what we can come up with in order to determine what our budgets look like in these out years, and to see if there's anything that we can find that exists at a very granular level within our budgeting system. So I'm not going to be bringing this proviso today, but I just wanted to let everybody know that what I was working on, and also that I look forward to working with the administration on this project. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Chair recognizes Representative Carr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's not often I can get up here and smile, but today should be one of those days. Several days ago, this body passed legislation that named a highway after one of our now fallen colleagues. During that time, I introduced an amendment that would speak further to that and do some additional things, most specifically naming a highway or naming an HBCU in his name. You know, there are people, colleagues in this room that may not think as fondly of me as others might. However, there's one thing that no one can doubt, is that I'm solid, very solid in my convictions. I'm going to be the same guy on Friday that I was on Monday. I think that as a legislator, you owe that to your constituency. They should be able to count on you. You should be as solid as a rock. And what you say matters. People listen. People not only listen, but they remember what you say. Me, I'm people. I remember. I can remember on that day, there were 85 members in this body that felt like the now fallen representative deserved something. Now that number wasn't as represented when we had the rules meeting where it was then deemed non-germane. However, in that meeting, those individuals that were there, including the chair of that meeting, openly stated that they would be in support of that amendment, but that just wasn't the time. It was not an appropriation, so it needed to be done at a different time. I would say the time is now. With that, I have an amendment.
The amendment appears short. The clerk will read.
Substitute for HB 007 on page 65 in line 27 by subtracting $500,000 from the dollar amount and by adjusting the dollar amount in line 27 accordingly. On page 76 in line 31 by subtracting $500,000 from the dollar amount and by adjusting the dollar amount in line 31 accordingly. On page 98 in line 35 after programs by inserting provided that expenditures in an amount of not less than $500,000 shall be made by the above agency from such fund during fiscal year 2026 to assist the Black Economic Union of Greater Kansas City to purchase property located in Kansas City, Kansas that was previously occupied by Western University, formerly known as the Quindaro Friedman School. Provided further that the Black Economic Union of Greater Kansas City shall conduct a feasibility study on plans to build a new HBCU on such property and rename the HBCU as the M. Robinson Friedman's University, and provided further that the results of such feasibility study shall be submitted to the Senate Committee on Commerce and the House of Representatives Committee on Commerce, Labor, and Economic Development on or before January 12, 2026. On page 102 in line 21 by adding $500,000 to the dollar amount and by adjusting the dollar amount in line 21 accordingly.
Representative, would you like to explain your amendment?
I would. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Essentially, this is the same request, and that request is that we name the HBCU that sits on the grounds of the Quindaro ruins that our now fallen colleague fought so diligently to attempt to restore. I won't beleaguer this body and repeat all of the wonderful, wonderful things that were said on his behalf on that day. I think we're well aware of those. What I'll do is, I'll just repeat those words that, solid, trustworthy, true to your word, someone you can depend on. Your constituents deserve at least that from you. Now, all of the language that you just heard is basically taking care of the pay-go rule. And those funds, there's a $26 million amount that right now is held with the Department of Administration for the cloud-based ERP conversion. That's set aside and based on an RFP that will be put out. The RFP is not out yet. It could certainly fall much lower than that $500,000 amount. It could possibly turn out being more than that, but we would have to re-legislate that as well. Right now, those funds are yet available, and that's where those funds would come from. Again, that amount is $500,000, and with that, I will stand for questions.
Is there any discussion on the amendment? Chair recognizes Representative Waymaster.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So let me describe a little bit about where this money would be coming from. So as the representative of the maker of the amendment did mention, it's coming from the cloud-based ERP system, which is an upgrade to our employee portal that we have been lacking for, and I'm not speaking about, in regards to the bottom line of the amendment, I'm just talking about where the funding is coming from. And this, we identified this as a one-time spend because this is the first payment. There are 4 payments that are going for this new system. This new system is going to be costing us about $91 million when it's all said and done. And so we have an RFP that's going out to have the $26 million being the first payment to get this process started. And we identified that of starting that with the ARPA interest as opposed to state general fund, which is where the Department of Administration and the governor's office asked us to bring it from. We thought we'd try to save some state general fund dollars and have this paid by ARPA interest for the first payment, and then we have 3 payments after that. And like I said, this total will cost $91 million. And this is because our systems do not talk to each other. And we have to upgrade our systems, otherwise we'll just keep falling behind. So I just wanted to explain where this money is coming from, because as I mentioned, this has been something that's brought to our attention. We think it's a very pricey price tag as well, but was expressed by the governor's office and the Department of Administration that this is something that has to be done because our systems are so antiquated. I just wanted to describe that.
Is there any other discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, Representative Carr, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll just reiterate what he said, 91 million. $91 million is quite a substantial amount of money. First of 4 payments. I would venture to say that if that first payment was 25.5 or 26, is that going to kill the deal? I would venture to say not. 91 million is a lot of money. But we have to pit that against our own integrity, against what we said, against what we agreed to just days ago as representatives of constituents in Kansas, not to mention colleagues of our now fallen representative. I say vote your consciences. With that, I close my amendment.
You've heard the motion by Representative Carr to amend. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, nay. The nays appear to have it. Division has been called for. The clerk will open the roll, and you may vote. The clerk will close the roll and take the tally. "31 having voted in favor and 85 opposed, the motion fails. We're back on the bill. Representative Carr, you still have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I won't use the word pander, though the word pander might be justifiable for those members that walked into a small church in Wyandotte and stood before that congregation and said all those wonderful things about their colleague. However, when the rubber meets the road and you have to put your money where your mouth is, maybe pandering might be the right word.
We're on the bill. The chair recognizes Representative Weichel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment.
The amendment is short. The clerk will read.
Move to amend substitute for HB 2007 on page 126 in line 5 by adding $16,354,959 to the dollar amount and by adjusting the dollar amount in line 5 accordingly. In line 21, by and subtracting $94,612,008 from the dollar amount and by adjusting the dollar amount in line 21 accordingly. On page 21 in line 40 by adding $2,160,769 to the dollar amount and by adjusting the dollar amount in line 40 accordingly. On page 132 following line 15 by inserting during the fiscal year ending June 30, 2026, in addition to the other purposes for which expenditures may be made by the above agency from the monies appropriated from the state general fund or from any special revenue fund or funds for fiscal year 2026 by this or any other appropriation act of the 2025 regular session of the legislature. Expenditures shall be made by such agency from such monies to prepare and submit to the United States Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services any approval request necessary to provide eligibility for the receipt of medical assistance benefits and commencing on January 1st, 2026, to provide such eligibility to individuals who are adults under 65 years of age, who are not pregnant, and whose household modified adjusted gross income does not exceed 138% of the federal poverty guidelines to the extent permitted under the Federal Patient Protection and Affordable Care Act. Public Law 111 through 148, and the Federal Health Care and Education Reconciliation Act of 2010, Public Law 111-152, and by adjusting the amounts accordingly if multiple amendments are adopted.
Representative, would you like to explain your amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I would. This amendment reduces SGF expenditures by $78 million in fiscal year 2026. It does this as part of expanding Medicaid, as was intended under the Affordable Care Act. The federal match right now is the always 90% match for the expansion population, and there's currently a bonus on the table, which provides 8 quarters worth of additional money. And when you do the math, that means it is a net positive for SGF for the next 2 fiscal years. And I'd be happy to stand for questions.
Chair recognizes Representative Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the carrier of the amendment, but I believe this does violate PAYGO, so therefore I challenge germaneness under PAYGO.
This time I'll recognize the rules chair to make a ruling. The chair recognizes the rules chair for the reeling.
The mic on? Yep, okay. Body, Rule 2110 is what we call the pay-go rule, amendments to bills making appropriations. This is an amendment to an appropriations bill. Rule 2110 says no floor amendment to increase the amount of expenditures will be in order unless the amendment contains a provision reducing by a like amount in the same bill. This amendment does not increase the amount of expenditures, and so this bill does not violate the pay-go rule.
We're back on the amendment. Would anybody like to speak to the amendment? Would anybody like to speak to the amendment? Chair recognizes Representative Waymaster.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to go back to comments that I've made in previous years when this amendment has come up in the budget. And I'd have to look at the amendment, but I think it's just for fiscal year 2026, and I could be wrong. Is that right, or is it 27 as well? Just 26, okay. So the validity, if this were to pass, would be only for fiscal year 2026. It's not an ongoing program that carries over into 2027 or 2028. That takes a bill to be debated here on the House floor. So if this were to pass, we would have Medicaid expansion for 1 year, and that's it. Unless there was legislation that would pass for the subsequent years. Because in the budget bills, it's only valid for the years of the budget bills. And for this budget bill, the farthest it goes out on some areas, as far as agencies and departments, is 25, 26, and fiscal year 27. And the amendment is only for fiscal year 2026. So I'm going to ask the body, and I recognize that there might be some savings, but we need to vote this down because it is only valid for the years of the active budget. And it's not a long-term standing legislation. And it does not belong in a budget bill. I know there's going to be some that are going to come up and saying, well, we can't have an honest debate in regards to Medicaid expansion. But it does not belong in a budget bill because of that reason of the validity of how long a budget bill is enacted. So I would ask for you to vote it down.
Chair recognizes Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As a member of the Health and Human Services Committee, I would like to bring some new people up to speed. Last year at the end of session, we had a hearing on Medicaid expansion. And I don't know about you guys, but it's really a pretty popular topic. I think I was in international news when I held up the testimony in favor of Medicaid expansion. And if we could have props today, I might have brought it. But I will tell you, it was more than a ream of paper. Kansans overwhelmingly support Medicaid expansion. It is a fiscally responsible thing to do in this year of austerity. And I think that the previous speaker was correct. There are many of us who would say we've not really had a chance to debate it on the floor lately. Maybe it doesn't belong in a budget bill. But I would argue we've had a bill that we've introduced as Democrats for several years to expand Medicaid. It's gotten only that one hearing last year at the very end of session. And in committee, there were 5 people who voted yes on Medicaid expansion. I was one of the 5. And I'm sad to tell you, the vote went down on party lines. For some reason, leadership is opposed to Medicaid expansion. And so they have told, I presume, everyone on the committee that they have to vote in opposition to Medicaid expansion. But what I would really challenge you all to do is to give this a yes vote. Let's do a 1-year pilot.
if it's so important that we debate Medicaid expansion on the floor, you know, if I were in charge of our schedule, we would have already done that. But we do have people in this room who are in charge of our schedule. So perhaps the majority party could lean on their leadership to bring it to a hearing and potentially a debate on the floor. So I stand in support of this amendment. I applaud the creativity of the bringer of the amendment, and I hope that you will join us in sending a clear message to our constituents that we do care about healthcare access, and we are all in favor of Medicaid expansion. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Ballard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I would agree. It really does not belong in a budget bill, and you're right. Because we haven't debated it, we're going to bring it wherever we can. So that would be the reason. But I would still say to you about Medicaid expansion, we are one of 10 states. I don't see any pride anywhere. We pride ourselves at being at the top of what states are doing. And we're not doing that. We're in the bottom 10. So I would think they made it work for themselves, and we should make it work as well. One other reason, even though I know you're going to vote it down, I want you to know, when we look at 28 and 29, we have a deficit in the budget. If we had Medicaid expansion, we would have more money because then we could use our SGF for other areas as well. So of course I'm standing here supporting it. You heard me say it in my opening statement. You have heard me up here before. I don't just go off. I support what I think is good for Kansans. And if we're going to be in the hole, this might be another way for you to consider how we can have more of our state general fund to use for what we want and not have to put it on medical needs and things that Medicaid would cover. I support the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Chair recognizes Representative Sawyer Clayton.
Why, thank you, Mr. Chair and body. Thank you for your indulgence. It's always nice to be able to have the opportunity to even vote on a Medicaid expansion related amendment, let alone to speak on one. And I have been supporting these for how long has it been? Years. And when I was on both sides of the aisle, I have supported this. And the reason why is that I want to make the case for the fact that supporting Medicaid expansion is actually a very pro-business choice for us to make. It is much cheaper for us to make sure that people are getting the health care that they need as preventative medicine early so that later on it doesn't cost as much later on when you do end up having folks that have major health issues. It is cheaper to make sure that someone is being able to go to the doctor for their annual appointment and to catch something early so that we have healthy workers. We are constantly speaking in this room about workforce issues and a healthy workforce and an educated workforce. If you want that, which ostensibly we all allege to do, then you will support this because this does provide relief to the business community by making sure that our workers are healthy. We also often talk a lot about able-bodied workers. Well, you know what? Not every able-bodied worker is fortunate enough to have a job that provides those benefits. For a number of years, when I was in graduate school, I worked 3 jobs, none of which provided health care, but by God, I was a deserving person of health care. We have a lot of people who work multiple jobs, who work jobs that do not provide benefits, and if you're not going to vote for this out of a moral reason, you should at least vote for this out of a cold-hearted business decision to make sure that our workforce is as healthy as possible so we can make sure that we are working them as much as possible to help our economy. So I do urge a yes vote if you're a pro-business person. If not, then tell us by voting no. Thank you.
I would ask the body to please keep the background noise down to a low roar so we show respect to the people at the well. At this time, I'll recognize Representative Osman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The carrier of the bill, when he talked about why you should or shouldn't vote for this, he didn't say that this was a bad, this amendment was a bad idea. He didn't say that this was bad or that it would be bad for Kansas or that it would be bad in the budget. The only thing that he talked about with respect was that this is a 1 year, one-time fix. With all due respect, every single thing in the budget is a 1 year line item. I've got 31 pages here of line items, all of them for fiscal year 2026.
Please don't use any props.
I have other ones that are 81 pages, all of them line items for fiscal year 2026. The only difference between what's already listed in the budget and this amendment is that every single line item is an expenditure. This amendment adds $76 million back into our budget. It is the only amendment that is an anti-expenditure. I think we should vote for this. Thank you very much.
Chair recognizes Representative Estes.
I oppose the amendment because I think it's highly unlikely that in that 1 year, you could negotiate with the federal government and they would agree to a 1 year expenditure on Medicaid expansion. I think they're looking for more of a long-term commitment out of states, and this proviso doesn't offer that level of commitment. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, Representative Weichel, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For those of you who are concerned about the 1 year status of this, I have some good news for you. The bonus on the table from Congress is good for 8 quarters, which is 2 full fiscal years. This amendment would take effect in the second half of fiscal year 26, which means it would be a net positive if we extended it beyond this budget for the second half of fiscal year 26, all of fiscal year 27, and the first half of fiscal year 28. So definitely not just a 1 year deal on the table. And to the previous speaker about CMS, I can guarantee you we don't sign a contract with CMS about Medicaid expansion. States can actually revoke that at any time that they want. And in fact, no state has ever done that, because it's not only good for the people and for their health insurance, but it's a net positive for their economics and their economic vitality in their state. So just as a reminder, Medicaid expansion, about 10 years overdue. Kansas has the most number of rural hospitals at risk of closure. Not the hospital in my community, thankfully, but the hospitals in many of your communities. And Medicaid expansion shores that up. It's widely popular, polling at consistently 80% or higher. And I'd just like to remind us once again who we're talking about here. We're talking about people who are working multiple part-time jobs who don't have access to employer insurance. We're talking about childcare workers who are taking care of our children. We're talking about the servers in our restaurants who are bringing us food. We're talking about people who are part of our community and part of every service that we have in our community. And we are leaving them behind year after year. And I'll just say this. Budgets are a reflection of our priorities, right? Show me a budget and I'll show you what you care about. And that's true in our household budgets, and it's true in our state budget as well. You know, in my household, we prioritize shelter, food, saving for our children's education, and other necessities. This budget, I would argue, with the lack of Medicaid expansion, does not value every Kansan in this state. And with that, I would encourage you to vote yes, and I close on my amendment.
You've heard the motion by Representative Weichel to amend. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, nay. The nays appear to have it. The nays do have it. Division has been called. Seeing 15 hands, a roll call is in order. The clerk will open the roll. Has every member had an opportunity to vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member wish to change their vote? Seeing none, 34 having voted in favor, 82 opposed, the motion fails. Clerk will record the vote. We're back on the bill. Representative Weichel, you still have the floor. You wish to speak to the bill?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, we're back on the bill. The next person, the chair recognizes Representative Howe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Today I'm here at the well to speak about HB 2007. I appreciate the opportunity extended to me to serve on the Special Committee on Legislative Budget, the Appropriations Committee, and to chair Higher Education Budget. I consider it a privilege, and I've learned a lot. So in the legislature, many of us wear a lot of hats, and we serve in various roles, and each one of those is important. But at least for me, my favorite part is just getting to represent my district and the people that gave me the privilege of coming up here to serve them. And so I represent the 71st District of Kansas in Saline County, East Salina. And when I ran for office, one of my first priority issues was to see what I could do to add more support for special education in the state of Kansas. As many of you know, the Individual with Disability Education Act requires states to provide special education services to children with disabilities between the ages of 3 and 21. This includes children with developmental delays, hearing or visual impairments, emotional disturbance, or autism. IDEA requires each special education student to receive an IEP that identifies the services that will be provided to that student. Here at the state level, our state law generally mirrors what's at the federal level. However, we do impose 3 additional special ed requirements on school districts, which are above and beyond what the federal mandate requires. These include identifying and providing services to gifted students, using interventions in the regular education classroom before referring a student to special education, and thirdly, providing special education services to children who reside in the district but attend a private school. So that's something that distinguishes the state of Kansas from other states. To me, it's really not all about the money, but in some ways it kind of is, just because we have to manage a budget. For me, it's really more, my motivation is the ability to come alongside our school kids and their families and to support them and to equip them, our next generation, in their learning. I guess in higher education, I've come to learn that's called student success. So Kansas law does provide for state aid in the form of reimbursement for the excess costs associated with providing special education services. And so that is set at 92% of total excess cost. And so that's the number that we all talk about and seem to argue about every year. I do want to acknowledge that the legislature and the governor together have made progress in providing additional funding over the recent years, especially since I've got to the legislature. However, despite these recent investments, we're still short of providing 92% of excess cost, and we're currently right around 75.4%. So what's the big deal, you might ask? You know, after all, Kansas does spend $600 million a year on special education state aid. Isn't that enough? 600 million? Isn't that enough to go around? Well, that's the quandary we're in, and there's disagreement in this body. So the state of Kansas last fully funded special education, as I understand it, in the year 2011. Ever since then, we've been playing catch up, and that's for a variety of reasons. There's probably more students on IEPs than ever before. In addition, there's probably been some years where we haven't really put the money towards fully funding special education. So since that time, since 2011, there's been 14 graduating classes that have exited K-12 and 14 new ones that have come in. My other point I want to make is that, at least in my district, I've gotten to know my superintendents and school board members and teachers and principals. But for my school district, they have to make up the difference because they're mandated to provide the service in special ed. So locally in my district, that means my local school district diverts about $5.4 million from their general fund to special education. Now, why is that problematic? Well, for a number of reasons. You have your general education student population. And if you're taking money from them to divert it to satisfy the mandate in special ed, in a way you're, there could be an argument, a legal argument, that could pose some liability to the state of Kansas, because you're taking constitutional funding and diverting it. And anyways, it does essentially seem like we robbed Peter to pay Paul in this whole process. And perhaps we need to revisit this model in the future with the school finance formula expiring in 2027. So in appropriations, I guess that was last week. It's been a blur this session. But there was a motion to eliminate the $30 million increase for special education funding. However, there was a substitute motion to at least get us to $10 million, and that's additional monies. So right now, currently the state of Kansas, I think, if I'm not mistaken, appropriates $601 million in special education funding. So with this $10 million, if it stays in the budget, it'll be $611 million. Can we do better? That's the question. When I first woke up this morning at 5, well, I woke up before 5, I got on the road at 5 from Salina, I commute daily. I was intending to bring an amendment subject to the pay-go rules. However, I've come to learn that I probably don't have the votes to see it to fruition, to get it passed. And also recognizing the fact that, you know, we're as divided as ever as a country on a number of issues. And I didn't come here to play political games or to get likes on Facebook, and I'm not insinuating anybody here is motivated by that. But I just don't participate in that, so I don't understand all of the politics that go on here in the Capitol. I want to represent students of my district and their families, students like Murray, who's confined to a wheelchair, and sorry. So I think about people I know and people I'm neighbors with and people that their kids go to school with my kids, and I see how much they struggle, especially with high need, special needs. And the teachers that really do come alongside them to support them and to work through, whether it's an intellectual disability or a physical disability, but to really give them a chance at independence, if that's possible. It's not always possible in all cases, but I think we can do better. So in this budget bill, $600 million we're spending more than we're bringing in with receipts. And that's a problem for all of us, Republican, Democrat, those of all political stripes. We're going to have to work together on this. Not only special education, but the overall budget. It's going to take all of us to solve this problem about spending too much. And I know some of the legislation that we have passed in recent years, and some of you weren't here for some of those bills, but they do have a price tag. And so we're living with the consequences of some of these bills that we've passed. I would just like to invite anybody here to work with me on ways that we can help address the special education state aid or special education services that we provide to our families, to our students, because I really want to support the next generation. I want to leave it a better place than when I found it. So I will not be offering my amendment, and I know that's probably disappointing to some in this chamber, but I have to look at the long game here and realize that sometimes you've got to know, you've got to be able to read the room. And so with that, Mr. Chair, I'll yield back, and I appreciate the chamber's indulgence in listening to me. And I pray for you all to have a peaceful evening, and pray that you'd be safe out in the weather. So thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Christy Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment.
The amendment appears long. Is there objection to waiving the reading of the amendment? Representative Williams, would you like to explain your amendment?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So during appropriations, I withdrew $1 million from the Department of Commerce's budget until such time that they provided us a list of all economic development incentives and those totals by program for the years 2022. The next day, amazingly, they did provide that list. cannot tell you the accuracy of that, but they did provide that list. So I am giving back the $1 million. It's actually in the State Finance Council, so it's moving from the State Finance Council to Commerce's budget. So it's not a PAYGO issue. It's just moving it from one place in the budget to the other. But I am including the proviso that in the next year, they provide appropriations with the information that tells us an estimate of all the economic development incentives that could be claimed in that fiscal year by program. I'll stand for questions.
Is there objection to the waiving of the reading of the amendment? There is objection. The clerk will read.
On page 93 in line 10, by adding $1 million to the dollar amount and by adjusting the dollar amount in line 10 accordingly. In line 19, before and period, by inserting and provide further that expenditures shall be made by the above agency from such account during fiscal year 2026 to submit a report on economic development incentives by economic development incentive program that includes the total incentives awarded to each program and the estimated fiscal impact on the state general fund during fiscal year 2026 to the House of Representatives Committee on Appropriations and the Senate Committee on Ways and Means. On page 104, following line 10, by inserting the following: B, during the fiscal year ending June 30, 2027, in addition to the other purposes for which expenditures may be made by the above agency from monies appropriated from the state general fund or any special revenue fund or funds for fiscal year 2027 as authorized by this or any other appropriation act of the 2025 or 2026 regular session of the legislature. Expenditures shall be made from such monies for the Secretary of Commerce to submit a report on economic development incentives by economic development incentive program that includes the total incentives awarded to each program and the estimated fiscal impact on the state general fund during fiscal year 2027 to the House of Representatives Committee on Appropriations and the Senate Committee on Ways and Means. On page 309 by striking all in lines 36 through 43, by striking all on page 310, on page 311 by striking all in lines 1 through 35, and by renumbering sections accordingly.
Representative Williams, would you like to proceed?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I close on my amendment.
Would anybody like to speak to the amendment? Okay. Seeing none? Excuse me? Okay. Seeing none? All those, you've heard the motion by Representative Williams to amend. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion passes. We're back on the bill. Representative Williams, do you have anything? We're back on the bill. All right. Chair recognizes Representative Owsley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank one of the previous speakers for his words, talking about being here to represent the kids, not to play political games. And I too share those sentiments and contemplated whether or not I was going to come down here. And I guess I'll just turn in my amendment, Mr. Chair.
The amendment is long. Would the representative like to explain the amendment?
Sure. We started down a road for a commitment to fund our special education to our 92% statutory obligation last year. We fell shy of that this year. Our committee on K-12 worked diligently to come to a compromise of what we thought we could afford. That committee kicked out a recommendation of $30 million to the Appropriations Committee for reimbursement, excess costs. And this amendment would try to get us back to that 30 million commitment that came out of the K-12 budget, utilizing the attracting sports team idle funds currently. I'll stand for questions.
Is there objection to the waiving of the reading of the amendment? If there is no objection, the chair recognizes Representative Tarwater.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's my understanding that the attempt is to use the money from the Tracking Sports Fund to pay for this. But when you put this money in, it's forever money, and the sports fund only goes for 3 years. I'm sorry. I got confused. I thought we were taking the money from someplace else, but this money is forever money. And if you take all the money out of the sports fund this year and put it in there, how are you going to sustain it? Where are you going to get this money going forward? And of course, they're going to want more next year. And so then you got to add it. When we put $80 million in last year, that $80 million continues this year. And so when you put that money in, it has to stay in, it has to stay in forever, no matter what is in the fund. And what happens when the federal government brings their money up to 42% next year, like they promised, or the year after that? And then we're now funding special ed at 120 or 130%, and our budget's going down the drain. You got to think these things out. You got to do them a little bit at a time. Now, the fact that you're going to take the money out of this sports fund in the middle of negotiating with a couple of great opportunities for the state of Kansas. You just saw an article yesterday in the newspaper that one of the teams is getting close to announce a deal. What if that deal is in the state of Kansas? What does this say to the bondholders that are going to use these funds to bond? Are we sending a message that says, hey, no, never mind, we're going to be just like Jackson County and we're going to pull the rug out from underneath you and look like a bunch of idiots? It's just not a good idea. It's not a good message. The sports fund was put together years ago by a speaker that saw far into the future, and it's been sustained over the last several years. We worked during a special session to pass a star bond bill that will hopefully bring 2 world champion teams to the state of Kansas, if not at least one. Special ed is a good thing, and we do need to find more money for it, but we got to do it in a sustainable way. And we certainly can't destroy an opportunity that this state has lying in front of it to bring tons of money to the state of Kansas. So I would ask you to vote against this amendment. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Hoskins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just stand up here in support of this. Not necessarily probably a surprise to the body, but I've been up here many times talking about the deficit we have when it comes to school psychologists, school nurses, school counselors, not even in the ballpark here. We had an obligation. We made a promise that we were going to continue to increase the special education funds to get it back. There's no guarantee the federal government, actually, if you look at the federal government's history, you could pretty much count we're not getting any money from the federal government. I would argue also, if you take a closer look at the budget, there's some questions there, like why is it that the Attorney General's office gets $800,000 in new positions, but higher ed can't get any positions? I think that there's opportunities for us to ask questions, but what's important is to stay the baseline of what we promised, and we promised to continue to increase the amount of special education, and it would be a positive investment, and I support the amendment. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the previous speaker's perspective and his words. The budget is a reflection of our priorities, as the representative from Lawrence mentioned earlier. I want to tell you about the budget in the 2 districts that I represent, Olathe and Blue Valley School Districts. Last year alone, in Olathe, $36 million was transferred from our general fund to cover special ed costs. Let me repeat that. $36 million was transferred from the general fund to cover special ed excess costs. And in my other district, Blue Valley School District, $13.7 million was transferred from the general fund to cover special ed costs. And I'm no mathematician, but that's almost $50 million just from my 2 school districts that's taken from general fund and put into special ed. I recognize that not every district is as large as Olathe or Blue Valley, and I also keenly am aware, as a member of the Education K-12 Budget Committee and the Education Funding Task Force, that many of you represent districts that are not affluent, that do not have the means. This is a way we can send a message that we do prioritize not just our special ed kids, I would hope we all do, but we're acknowledging that this failure of ours to fund the excess cost for special education is harming all of our children. And I understand that political courage is sometimes in short supply here. But if ever it was called for, I think this is a pretty good chance for you to speak up, think independently, vote for your constituents, and for the best interests of all of our children. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Esau. And I would remind the body not to impinge the motives of other representatives as they consider these motions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wasn't going to come down and speak to this one because someone explained my concerns about the amendment and how would we fund it in the future, because I don't see that it's sustainable the way it's written. But at the same time, I want to make it clear to my constituents, I have voted to increase special ed funding. I will do it again when I believe we can sustain it in the budget. So if I vote against this amendment, it has absolutely nothing to do with my position on voting for more funding with special ed. It has to do with the fact I don't believe this amendment and the way it would work is sustainable within the current budget process. We need to find another way. But I don't think I'm alone in my concerns about some things that were perhaps being implied inadvertently, that if we vote no on this amendment, it is not a vote against special education funding. We need to find a way to do it. This isn't it.
Chair recognizes Representative Getz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, body, for this discussion. I just wanted to come up and say I enjoyed the conversations we had in K-12 budget, and we did come to a unanimous vote around 30 million that we thought in a year of budgeting year like we have right now, that we're all going through in some way, that we could do that. And then as the budget came out even more in appropriations, it was pretty clear we weren't going to be able to maintain that because of one number, 639. We are right now 639 million over revenue. Past representative just spoke to that a little bit. My main concern is continuing to be able to fund special education. I've been an advocate for it. Most of you know the personal side of it for me. And so this year is a conservative year on it. Last year was $80 million. The year before that, 7.5. And this year, 10. So in a 3-year period, over 100 million new money that stays, something we can be proud of. We may not be proud of the number this year in the budgeting year, but I think we have to look a little longer term, and I'm willing to do that this year. The idea that all of that stays is a good thing for special education. The main thing on that 369 million over revenue, I don't want to be in a place where we have to go and start paring that back and figuring out how to not fund it because we don't have the revenue to fund it. That is a real possibility and a real fear that in this year, to be conservative, to do what we can, that is what I support. I appreciate the amendment and the creativity around it. I even said in caucus, I don't, on the revenue side, something to think about as Representative was talking about earlier from the sports fund, we need more revenue in the state to be able to fund things like this that are dear to us all in a better way. And so we have to find new revenue to help this happen. I think keeping this money in the sports fund to let it do what it has the possibility of doing could help solve this in a partial way in the future. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Mosley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank the carrier of this amendment for bringing this amendment forth. What I'm hearing from my colleagues is that we never seem to solve things when it comes to the most vulnerable in our communities and the most vulnerable amongst us, the least amongst us, which are school children. We constantly feel like we need to balance the budget off of the backs of them. It made me kind of think of a couple of weeks ago when we were when we were picking on another group of school kids, trans kids in this body. Someone said that this is going to show Kansas kids how resilient they are. And I, for one, will be voting for this amendment because I'm tired of us being the proud team sponsor of resilient Kansas kids. When we don't expand Medicaid, we are creating more resilient trans kids. When we can't find it in our budget to feed them, we find more resilient trans kids. And this time we're coming to fully fund special education, which takes the children with the most needs and the children who are the most brilliant. And we fund programs that are gonna take them to either living independent lives or reaching their full potential for those who are the brightest amongst us. So I will be voting for this amendment, and I want to thank my colleague for bringing it forward because I, for one, am tired of being a proud team sponsor of creating the difficult conditions that are causing Kansas kids to be resilient. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Simmons.
Hi, thank you. I am standing up here because I graduated from one of the schools that was part of the Gannon school finance case. I remember we quite literally did not have enough desks in our classroom. We had 35 and 40 kids. My teachers did everything they could to ensure that we received the best education with the limited resources we had, and yet we still found ourselves struggling. So I think when we have these conversations about what to spend money on, we talk about things like, where are we gonna get the money? I have an idea for us. We should consider legalizing cannabis. Across the country, it has brought in so much money. And we're telling these children in special education that their needs are gonna come last. And I think it's incredibly inappropriate. Having graduated from a school where I felt the very direct and immediate effects of not fully funding education, including special education, I think it's a dereliction of duty not to demand that this body do more. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Waymaster.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just kind of want to echo the comments that were made by the representative from Johnson County in regarding the sustainability of this fund and being the use of these dollars for special education. Actually, it'd be very volatile to use this particular fund because the revenues vary from year to year. This was constructed for this particular fund when we had the sports betting bill. And it varies from year to year, just like our lottery revenues vary from year to year. And what I can read from the amendment is it just completely sweeps the entire amount out and transfers it over to special education. The reason why I say it's volatile is because Missouri is very close and possibly passing sports betting. And that could have an impact on the revenues of this fund. So what's going to happen if that revenue goes down? We'll be coming back after sweeping this fund and asking for state general fund dollars. I voted for the increase in special education funding last year. I will vote for it in the future, but it's not proper to come out of this particular fund because of volatility. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Is there any further discussion? If not, Representative Owsley, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Chamber, for the discussion. I want to read you just a line out of an article in the AP. It says Nashville school officials have faced questions about why new technology that uses schools' cameras and AI capabilities to detect weapons didn't trigger a warning upon Wednesday. We've got money in the budget for a program really similar to that just failed in January. We can find money for that in the budget, but we can't find money for this. That's frustrating to me. No school districts have asked for AI technology. It was discussed earlier when an amendment was offered that a lot of schools don't even have the surveillance cameras to utilize that. I appreciate my colleague bringing up legalizing cannabis. We just had amendment upon the potential of Medicaid expansion. These are ways that we can bring revenue into the state. The sustainability of this, last year we used ARPA funds to bring our increase in reimbursement to 80 million. This was brought to us by a speaker. This was brought to us in the middle of the night, buried in a conference committee report that almost went without notice. I think it was 2 a.m. when my seatmate over there said, hey, what is this account? Where did this come from? I believe the chair of Fed and State at the time said, the speaker told me to put it in there. If this fund is set up for an opportunity, I have no doubt that every member in this chamber would be happy to find the funds to bring a sports team to Kansas. We have a trailer bill discussion going on in appropriations, and if there's something to pop up, I have no doubt that we can do that. However, I will remind the body that that's not the law. That is not required of us. What's required of us is our 92% obligation. When we kicked out the 30 million from K-12 committee, that kept us from going in FY25 at a 75.4% reimbursement rate. 30 million in FY26 would have put us at 75.6 million. That would have held harmless. That would have allowed schools to budget. If we don't do anything, if we don't adopt this amendment here, and we leave this at 10 million, we're already heading backwards. FY26, we're down to 73.2%. It was mentioned earlier that it's been since 2011 that we funded our SPED reimbursement to 92%. We've been in lawsuits for this before as a state. We're currently, not in a lawsuit, and people talk about the new monies coming in, and I would argue that that's not new monies, that's restored monies. For years, our school districts were shortchanged, and we're still shortchanging them today. My district is shortchanged $23 million in USD 512. I agree if the feds would make their commitment, that would be beautiful. I'd love to see it. If the feds keep that commitment, there's going to be every state in the nation currently reimbursing going to have to make adjustments. That's something that waivers are going to be applied for. I'll hold my breath. I think I've hit all my points, and I'll close on my amendment.
You've heard the motion by Representative Owsley to amend. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, nay. Those appear to have it. Division has been called. Clerk will open the roll, and you may vote. Seeing 15 hands, a roll call vote is in order. Has every member had an opportunity to vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member wish to change their vote? Seeing none, 40 having voted in favor and 76 against, the motion fails. The clerk will record the vote. Representative Owsley, do you have anything further on the bill?
Thank you, Chamber. Like the previous speaker, I too was appointed to the LBC over the interim. There were 6 days of meetings where we roughly assembled a budget recommendation for the House Appropriations Committee. 6 days. We didn't dive deep into any budgets. We tasked our subcommittees with diving deep into the budget. And I felt like our K-12 committee really did that. We went in with open minds and open ears. And we heard the agency's request. The agency had requested $110 million in enhancements. We listened, we went over the governor's recommendations. There was $100 million in that package. 72 million of it and 82 million of it were the special education funding. Those two overlapped. Outside of that, there were salaries and wages, reduced price for copay for school lunch we just discussed, AP test fees for low-income students. We had CTE transportation increasing. We had mentor-teacher program increase, professional development. And almost every single recommendation that came out of that committee was unanimous out of the K-12 committee. I think the school lunches was one that divided the committee. And when we put our report out to the House of Appropriations, that passed out unanimously. And instead of the 100 million in the governor's rec, instead of the 110 million in the agency's rec, it was 36.5 million. I thought we'd send a trimmed package to the Appropriations Committee. When most everything was stripped and the sped was left at 30 million, I was frustrated to say the least. But I tried to stick with it, and 30 million at least kept us harmless as far as a percentage drop. When that was dropped down to 10 million and I knew the impacts it was going to have on our schools, I started looking at the rest of the budget, the rest of the budget reports, and really just overall the process. And I thought, we're not doing it right this year. And then I thought to myself, this budget isn't really worth a special education amendment because I'm not inclined to vote for it. So I guess I'll leave that to the wisdom of the body, how they feel about 2007. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any further discussion on the bill? There's no further discussion. Representative Waymaster, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I just want to commend everyone in this chamber for the debate that we had today. I want to commend our budget chairs and the Appropriations Committee because this was a new process. And we had to look at things differently, and we had to embrace the change. We had to modify during those changes. I expressed to the speaker that there are going to be some roadblocks and some left turns we're going to have to make in regards to the process. And he was very gracious in allowing us to make those changes as needed. Also, the members of the Appropriations Committee, a different kind of challenge in regards to the budget. It was mentioned earlier that by my ranking member that I made a promise to the governor when we started this process that I would always acknowledge her recommendations when we were discussing the particular budgets. And I did that congruently. And I would always tell the Appropriations Committee, well, this is what the governor's recommendation was. I see the Budget Committee had adhered to certain pieces of the governor's budget because I wanted to acknowledge the governor's budget as well as crafting our own. And that was something that a promise that I kept to the second floor, and I made sure that we were acknowledging what the governor had submitted in her budget as well as what we were looking forward in regards to the budget that we created by the legislature. But I want to commend especially the 4 new budget chairs that came on. They were new to being budget chairman. They were new to the process. And so I commend the 4 of you for grasping on and holding on and moving forward. And then the 2 existing budget chairs that we have, who went from a relatively, the former process to the new process, and they embraced that as well. The one thing I would like to end with before I do want to have some personal thank yous for people, but right now, if you look at the profile, because of the changes that we did make in the Appropriations Committee, for fiscal years 25 to 26, we are about $166 million below what was submitted by the governor's budget. And then I want to have some personal thank yous. Obviously, you know, I mentioned before at the beginning of this debate, which has been going on for about 2 hours now, that the first day of the legislative session, I introduced the budget bill, which I've never done that before, and neither ever broken my ankle the first night of session either. That kind of, you know, put a wrench in things. But there are so many people in this room that I have to thank for helping me out. The first is my ranking member. I mean, she drove me to the Capitol in the mornings, so I could be either at committee or for calendar. The chair of tax, he drove me back to Topeka so I could get back. That was at the time, which I don't know if many of you know, that I was living in the Capitol at that moment, which was interesting in itself for about a week. And then we had the representative from Ellis County. She drove me around. My vice chair drove me around. Lobbyists drove me around or drove me home back to the house that I stay at in Lawrence. And I've always said that being a member of the legislature, we're like family. And when something like this happens, it is never no more poignant than when you rely on those and they are more than willing to say, yes, we will help you. So if I happen to miss anybody, I apologize. There's just so many people that helped me through these 5 weeks, through the budgeting process, and then just for me personally. And I cannot express my gratitude more than enough. And I want to say thank you to everybody who has helped me, including, I did omit one, the senator from Cloud County. She drove me back as well from many places. So I want to give the accolades to her too. But I just want, from the deepest part of my heart, I just want to say thank you. This has not been easy, but you guys made it easy for me. So I greatly appreciate it. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I move when the committee rises and reports that a report substitute for House Bill 2007 as amended.
Heard the motion by Representative Waymaster to report House Bill 2007 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion passes. Chair recognizes the majority leader for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move we rise and report.
All those in favor of the motion say aye. All those opposed, no. The motion passes.
The clerk will read the committee report.
Mr. Speaker, your committee of the whole recommends that HB 2007 be passed as amended.
The speaker recognizes Representative Francis to adopt the committee of the whole report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the adoption of the committee of the whole report.
You've heard the motion to adopt the committee report. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. Reports of standing committees. The clerk will read.
The Committee on Insurance recommends HB 2245 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. The Committee on Commerce, Labor, and Economic Development recommends HB 2338 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. The Committee on Legislative Modernization recommends HB 2271 be passed. The Committee on Legislative Modernization recommends HB 2270 be passed.
Are there announcements? Speaker recognizes Representative Woodard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Democrats will have agenda tomorrow morning at 8:30 a.m. in 152 South. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Rajas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is Tuesday night, so Feed and Grain has pizza for everyone if you need someplace to go. Also, tomorrow, members of the Kansas Livestock Association have their annual dinner planned for tomorrow night. It has been moved to next Wednesday. So it'll be instead of tomorrow night, it'll be next Wednesday. We'll have the steak dinner down where it was last year. And so we'll remind you again next week. But there's food tonight. And instead of tomorrow night, the steak dinner will be next Wednesday. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Schreiber.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This will be the first of many reminders, but the annual shrimp peel, it'll be the 40th annual shrimp peel this year. It'll be March 26th. It'll be at Heritage Hall, which is kind of our old location. We moved it to Ag Hall for the last 2 or 3 years, and we weren't able to book it for that date. So put down March 26th. We'll be asking for donations for auction items and so forth. And like I said, you'll hear many more reminders on it. One other piece of information, if anybody's going to drive to Wichita, the turnpike is closed south of Emporia up through at least the cattle pens because of a multi-vehicle wreck there. So I don't know if anybody's going to try to travel down there tonight, but if you are, it's closed at Emporia. Thank you.
Representative Penn. Are there any further announcements? Seeing none, the Speaker recognizes the Majority Leader for a motion to adjourn.
Okay, here we go. So get your pens out. And it'll actually come out right after this. So if you don't want to write it all down, it's okay. So, Mr. Speaker, in accordance with House Rule 1502, posting of sequence for the succeeding day, the following bills will appear on the calendar under the heading of General Orders for Wednesday, February 19th, 2025. If that is the right date. Okay, here we go. House Bill 2088. House Bill 2274. House Bill 2033. House Bill 2086. Substitute House Bill 2102. House Bill 2113. House Bill 2177. House Bill 2219. House Bill 2221. House Bill 2249. House Bill 2263. In case you're wondering, there's 36-ish. House Bill 2273. House Bill 2289. House Bill 2307. House Bill 2312. House Bill 2128. House Bill 2047. House Bill 2087. House Bill 2246. House Bill 2333. House Bill 2334. House Bill 2335. House Bill 2164. House Bill 2166. House Bill 2242. House Bill 2371. House Bill 2054. House Bill 2119. House Bill 2030. House Bill 2160. House Bill 2248. House Bill 2255. House Bill 2275. House Bill 2311. One second. All right, so where did I finish at? So the question is whether I had to just read, I'm going to read you everything we're going to have on the, above the line tomorrow, okay? So it was 2311, right? Okay, so next is House Bill 2172, House Bill 2323, House Bill 2183, House Bill 2327, House Bill 2340, House Bill 2342, House Bill 2343, and House Bill 2365. If you need it, you can see me afterwards. Okay. Republicans will caucus at 8 a.m. in the old Supreme Court. Mr. Speaker, I move the House adjourn until Wednesday, February 19th at 9:30 a.m.
You've all heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. Sounds like the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. We're adjourned.